Can we go to Butemba? Member for Butemba?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, I'm Ovinji Patrick Nyanzi, Member of Parliament representing Butemba County in Chankwanzi District, and I raise on a matter of urgent national importance regarding the people of Mbogobiri Parish, Chigando Sub-County in my constituency, who suffered destructive hailstorms on October 5th, 2021. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, 4 villages were affected, and these are Mbogobiri, Kamate, Galiraya, and Kasambia. Hectares of crops were ravaged and structures put down. Among the structures that were put down include 6 houses, 2 churches, and a school. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, this was an insult added to an injury because this particular area has been grappling with the land grabbing characterized by slow economic activity. Now the little is also gone. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that the Ministry of Relief and Disaster Preparedness intervenes to assess the situation and accordingly come to the rescue of my constituents with food, seeds, and any other remedies that they may deem necessary from their assessment. Otherwise, the magnitude of destruction experienced is worrying and likely to trigger food shortage and affect livelihoods. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. This is something, Right Honorable Premier.
Right Honorable Speaker, we do sympathize with the families that were involved in those problems. We know it is not easy to be facing such problems one after another. But this afternoon, Brigadier Oluka has just left for that place to go and assess the situation, and then he'll come back and we see how to handle. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Member for Ora.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise on a matter of national concern in relating to the list of roads that were on the headlines of the new vision paper on Monday, and where a very important road covering the districts of Pakwach, Nebi, Zombo, and Vora, or Arua district, was left out after we had been struggling to get it in on the list for tamaking since 1996. It was pledged in 96, 2001, 2006, 2011, 2016, and 2021. Our only hope is that...
Honorable, can we deal with the urgent aspect?
The urgent aspect is that in the list, it was left out. So my prayer is that...
But what is the condition of the road? Because you need...
Yes, the road is in bad shape. It is passing through the food basket of West Nile and northern Uganda, and during rainy season, it is impassable. During the recent attack, which took place in Zombo, it was even difficult for the UPDF to send reinforcement to contain the attackers. So this road is in bad shape, and yet the road sector affects all sectors of the economy. Therefore, my prayer is that the road from Nebi, Paida, Zombo, Zeu to Vora, 120 kilometers, be included in line with the pledge which was made since 1996. Thank you very much.
Before the Honorable Minister responds, this road, I was there, it's a very bad road. I think the Honorable Member has been very polite in presenting it. A woman got stuck on foot. The border that they sent to rescue the woman also got stuck. This is how bad that road is. And it's one of those major roads that is the business traction line from the DRC and everywhere. So when it rains, for 3 days, there's no movement. Honorable Minister, that's how bad that road is. And you might want to talk to it a little more.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the guidance. Yes, this road is a cross-border, at the border with DRC, and it is both a security and economic road. Of course, there are other roads like the road from Panyimur to Parombo, to Erusi, to Goli. Those are very important security and economic roads.
No, let us deal with this road.
For me, my focus for now, my prayer is the road from Nebi, Goli, Paida, Zombo, Zeu to Vora should be included in this list for tarmacking because it was pledged when we wrote since 1996. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yesterday you guided that you don't give generous orders, and I hope that I also benefit from that.
Yes, please, you don't give orders, point of orders to a general.
Right Honorable Speaker, I appreciate
It is not in the rules. It's part of those rules that the Speaker is allowed to extend.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the concern of the Honorable Member of Parliament from Zombo, from Arua. The roads which appeared in New Vision and which also appear in our paper are those which are under the NDP3 and for which we are getting funds directly from the Ministry of Finance. We have some other programs, and this particular road we identified it among the roads which the World Bank is going to finance under a program called IDA. Among those roads is the Koboko Yumbe Moyo Road that is going to be financed under IDA. It also doesn't appear here. So this road, because it also has a connection with the refugees who have been coming in from Congo, we identified that road under the IDA 19. So it's in program for it to be addressed under that funding. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you very, very much. Member for Boeju, not this one, the other one. Boeju West.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Barare Ephraim Ganshanga, Boeju West. Right Honorable Speaker, in the afternoon of yesterday, the 19th of October, there was heavy rain with hailstorm in Boeju West, especially in the sub-counties of Burere and Rbenje. Right Honorable Speaker, one woman in the names of Moros was swept in the landslide. Her body disappeared. and was recovered today at 10 o'clock. Along with her, their family tea garden was swept away by the landslide. A number of goats and pigs were killed. Right Honorable Speaker, on the same day at the same time, in Revenge sub-county, Chamatojo Primary School, 2 classroom blocks were blown down. They are all damaged. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, over the past 2 weeks, the sub-counties of Revenge, Borere, Chahenda, and Engaju have had all their roads washed down. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayers. Right Honorable Speaker, I ask that the government quickly goes to Buhweju to assess the extent of damage that occurred to the people. Secondly, is to ask government to go on ground, having assessed the extent of damage, and provide commensurate relief in terms of condolences, building materials, and road repairs. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I ask that the government lists Buhweju, the whole of Buhweju, among the disaster-prone districts so that it remains on the red flag of the government of Uganda. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues.
Ms. Right Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we understand what is happening in Buhweju, and I want just to add to what I said before that there is a team also that has gone to Buhweju to assess the damage that has been caused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we go to the order paper now? Order paper.
Item number 3 on the order paper, debate on the statement by the minister on the status of roads in the country.
Honorable members, under our rules, this debate will take exactly 1 hour, and the minister is here, and the minister of state who presented the statement is here. So debate starts now, and I'll start from Jonam. Can we agree on a time? I see many people want to speak, so that we share the time. What time do we agree on? 2 minutes? 2 minutes it is. 2.
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. For the records, again, Emmanuel Omierto, Jor, the MP Jonam. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to start with a point that the Minister of Works has stated on the road in Zombo district. He stated clearly here that that road is together with the road from Koboko, Yumbe, Moyo. But I want him to know that that road for Koboko, Yumbe, Moyo is on that list. To me, that tells me that there is something else about the Zombo road. Exactly. So you may need to clarify later. Number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, we know as a country that at some point we were emphasizing that all roads that lead to international borders should be tarmacked. And now we know for sure that again from Nebi to Goli, which is a very heavy road in terms of usage and very important because the trade with Congo for West Nile, that border point is one of the most important. And that road has also been talked about for many years. Nobody has bothered. And we thought maybe on this list for the NDP3, that road would be there. It's not there. We are not happy about it. We know for sure that from Panyemur via Pakwat, Obongi, up to Moyo, there is a border point also there. We know that road is classified as tourism road, and it's very important. But also it goes to the border with Sudan. And we also don't see it here. And Mr. Speaker, you know what also bothers us most is that our own son is a board chair with UNRWA. And we think when such roads in our region is missed out, we think he is being disrespected. And yet this is somebody who has provided distinguished service to this country, including in this house. So I think there should be something which is not fine. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the Nebi sub-region, which is Pakwat, Nebi, Zombo,
Honorable Kazini.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the Minister for yesterday's presentation. However, Honorable Minister, I'm a bit worried. There is a road in my constituency, Wahaguzi County, Chikobe District, called the Kavoya Kituti Road. People were compensated 2 years ago. But up to now, we haven't seen any sign of any contractor reporting on the side. May I therefore get clarification from you whether my road was swept off from the list, or should I continue hoping that the road will be worked on? Secondly, I'm happy that you promised the country that the new district will get road equipment. And I come from a new district called Chikobe. But you have been promising for a long time, Honorable Minister. Can you assure me and the House today that in such a period, these road equipments will be reaching the country and will be given to such districts? Because we have waited for long. Roads in these new districts are not good. And for your information, a district like Chikobe is an oil district. May I therefore get your answer from you, Honorable Minister? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Otuke?
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. For record, my name is Paul Omara, Member of Parliament for Otuke. I would want to thank the Minister for the presentation that he made yesterday regarding the status of roads in Uganda. The people of Otuke voted overwhelmingly for the president in this last election. And it was done on the premise that for the first time since creation, they would have a tarmac road that passes through their district that would enable them to promote economic development. I would therefore want to ask the Minister for Works about the status of Lira, Aloy, Otuke, Abim, Kotido Road, the 187 kilometers which was on the manifesto of the president, about when will this road be done. Secondly, the Right Honorable Speaker, about the Rekunye, Apach, Lira, Acholebo Road. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that the construction work has started. As now parliamentary group, we have engaged the UNRWA team and the Ministry of Works as well. But the unfortunate thing, the Right Honorable Speaker, is that it has taken a year now. The road between Rekunye and Apache is 91 kilometers. It's 1 year they have done on the 7 kilometers, just cleaning the road. The contract has been signed for 3 years,
Honorable,
and we wonder when they will.
we are agreed. Maybe district.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add on to what the Honorable Mr. Ongirtho has said. I think when we rise up and air out our concerns about the roads, I think most of the areas are affected in the country. The Right Honorable Speaker, we are aware that some of the roads are worked upon by UNRWA, others are to be worked upon by the district, others by the sub-counties. And aware of the fact that COVID has done a lot of harm on our economy, we are facing a lot of challenges. And as members of Committee of Roads in the districts, we find out that some of the districts are crying that UNRWA takes part of the roads. And I have 2 roads in my district, Nebi to Nyaravur, Kushwin to Wadlai, connecting the district of Nebi to Pakwash district. As we talk now, the condition of the road is pathetic. And we are all aware that as we were campaigning, the promises were about roads. And for all these years, the people of my district have been waiting to see that the promises that have been made are worked upon. It is my prayer that this time the ministry is going to act on that. I submit.
Thank you very much. Bulamoj.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the people of Ulamoji in Kaliro are not happy with the disservice that the government is giving them. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a very serious bridge called the Saka. Saka Bridge has now so far claimed over 50 people. And recently, on Monday, 3 people drowned in that river where the bridge was washed away. This is a strategic bridge that links Kaliro to Palisa and it goes up to Teso. Right Honorable Speaker, when we looked at the list that came out, this bridge was not there, yet recently the government had pledged to work on that bridge under emergency activities. I therefore ask the minister to clarify when is work beginning on that very bridge. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the president since 1996 has been pledging the road from Buwenge to Kaliro up to Palisa to be tarmacked. When we looked at the list, the road is not there. Honorable Minister, when are we getting our tarmac after Kaliro voting among the best 3 districts in Busoga for NRM? I beg to submit.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Geoffrey Kayemba Soro, representing Bokomansimbi South. I've heard the minister's report, but we have a golden road in Greater Masaka, which unites Masaka City, Ruengo, Bokomansimbi, via Misamvu, Buyoga, Chabiri, to Sembabule, up to Lyantonde. That road last year, the General Katumba Amar, the Minister of Transport, wrote a letter to the chairman of LOC5 around the region, assuring us that this year, financial year, that road will be there. Chabakuza Matete Road. Up to now, We haven't seen anything like that. So, through you, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, we are requesting the Ministry of Works. What did that road do to you? What did the people of Bukomansimbi do to you? That's the only thing we have, my brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.
Bujiri's municipality.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I was here yesterday and I listened very attentively to my good friend, the Honorable Minister. And he classified the roads when he was giving the status in his report. He made a classification of roads, Class A roads, Class B, in that order. I represent a district whose roads are classified as Class A. Right Honorable Speaker, Bujiri, the Jinja Bujiri Road connects to Malaba border, it connects to Busia border. And you did say those roads have been paved. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to state that it is factually incorrect. The statement that you made yesterday is factually incorrect. I want you to take a tour of that road, and you'll be able to ascertain that whoever is giving you information that the Jinja, Bujiri, Busia, Tororo Highway is completely paved is not correct information. Now, since you did state that the roads that connect the country to the borders are very critical, find the time and actually work on them. These roads, Right Honorable Speaker, we are disadvantaged in the sense that cargo coming in from Kenya, the heavy trucks use those roads. And therefore, when you are working on them, I think they require more attention than other roads you classify as grade B or grade C. I want to invite you to take another tour of Jiri, Busia, Malaba Road and ascertain the situation. And yesterday in your report, you were complaining about the flooding and how it has affected the roads. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a problem of...
Thank you very much. Tochi, is that Tochi?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I thank the Minister for the report. Mr. Minister, in the report, you did mention that due to limited resources, government cannot take on every road that you have identified under NDP 3. But you also did mention that you did an assessment as a ministry and you discovered that over 8,000 roads, which are district roads that needed to be upgraded. But you have picked only on 3,000. And you have identified those ones to be done on roads which spur development. And you have classified them as oil roads. Mr. Minister, there are some roads which have traditionally started when Uganda began. For example, we have the Gulu-Moroto Road. This is a very old road which we would have expected to appear amongst those roads to be upgraded to paved roads. You also mentioned that the road that links Malaba to Elegu. In between there, we have the road from Aboke, Ngai to Bobi, which is actually the linkage to that Northern Great Corridor Road. So I think while we put attention to some of the roads that are critical, we should also know that the reason why affirmative action was put was to balance development across the country. There are certain areas that may not be for tourism, they may not be for oil, but people do exist in those areas that also equally require the youth.
Thank you very much. Is that Budiago Nakasongola man? Noah, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his report. Honorable Minister, there is a road from Zirowe to Chichusa Town Council up to Bamugolode, Kazuama, up to Nakasongola Town Council, which is 120 kilometers. I'm happy that we moved on that road with Honorable Musa Echweru, the Minister of State for Works. He saw the state of that road. This road has been a presidential pledge since 2011. When a delegation from Nakasongola visited His Excellency the President in 2011, April, the President pledged. When we had the Heroes Day celebrations in Zirowe in 2017, the President pledged. When we went to Kaumu, the President pledged in 2020. My humble prayer is that let that road be considered for tarmac because it is a district, it is inter-district connectivity road. Secondly, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, is about the Gulu Highway Road, which we use. That road at a place called the Chankonwa, it is a terrible area. Recently, 2 accidents have happened. I shared 3 people black spot, 2 were Indians, 1 is a resident of Katugo. A similar accident also happened, which took the lives of the wife of the former district chairman of Nakasongola, Mrs. Rose Bagonza, and another one, a lady called Mrs. Margaret Odong. All of those ones perished in an accident. My humble prayer is that let Gulu Highway Road be widened and also some humps be put in those other areas. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have PG district?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record, I'm Teddy Namboze, woman member of parliament in PG district. My concern is with the deteriorating state of rural community access roads under local government due to increasing rainfall. The report tried to highlight efforts of routine maintenance, but the budget on which they operate is shrinking due to the correlated local revenue base. The roads are crucial and they connect a farmer to a buyer. So if we continue ignoring them, even highways we are investing in remain less importance to our common man. I pray that means we conduct a nationwide reassessment of all community roads and its funding to ascertain the bottlenecks hindering local government to maintain them in good conditions. My point number 2, Right Honorable Speaker, the minister also talked about road unit received in each district, but I don't know whether the other components like excavators and low bed were forgotten or the funds were not enough. Right Honorable Speaker, many roads under local government are crossed by swamps and they are currently impassable. When I'm talking to Mpiji, we have Bunjako, Lord, Golo, which connect to highways. Technical persons here will concur with me. Almost all works on roads with such challenges require excavators.
Thank you very much, Kibale. Is that Kagadi or Kibale? Kagadi district.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Mbabas Jen Fachumhendo, the Human MP for Kagadi District. I first of all thank the Minister and his ministry for the work they are doing for this country in as far as the road sector is concerned, especially in this rainy season. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I have a road in Kagadi called Muhoro Ndaiga Road. It is 42 kilometers. It was supposed to be worked on since 2010. It has always been a promise a pledge from the president, and every state of nation of address he mentions about that road. Right Honorable Speaker, this road is in a deplorable state. There's no means of transport that can go via that road. Myself, I almost got an accident. It was breaking news last time. And your office, Right Honorable Speaker, also called me to find out if I was alive by that time. It is so unfortunate to see that this road is not included in the priority roads of this country. What did the people of Kagadi do to this nation? I don't understand to keep getting law promises, law deals, in as far as the projects are concerned. Mohoro-Ndaiga Road is not only strategic, but it connects to districts through Lake Albert via Toroko and the other country, DRC, where we have committed to invest a lot of billions of Uganda shillings in infrastructure. My prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is for the 1 minute.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you.
The lady, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Goreti Namuga, MP Maogola County South, Sembabule District. Right Honorable Speaker, from the presentation of yesterday, the minister talked about the high maintenance costs on equipment and only said that they are yet to buy equipment for the new 10 districts. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform you that even the equipment that were bought for the old districts is already down because they bought light machines, the Chinese good graders. So I would like to ask the ministry that as you should make a comprehensive assessment from all the districts and find out, actually all the machines already down. Two, you talked about maintenance costs being low. Sorry, the maintenance expenditure is low. And you will realize that most of the roads, newly constructed roads already have potholes. If you pass through Masaka Road really around Rela, you cannot think that it's just a 2-year-old road. So really the Ministry of Works, we implore you to ensure that the maintenance cost, as we build new roads, we should look out for having a proper maintenance plan. When it comes to Sembabule, Right Honorable Speaker, if there is a district that has been left out on roads, it's Sembabule. Sembabule, as far as connectivity is concerned, we don't have access to Masaka, access to Rengo, and we are totally cut off. So, Right Honorable Speaker, through you, the minister wrote to us 2 years back and promised to have Sembabule Mbirizi Road, Chavakuza Matete Road, and Tamaking Matete as a town council. Up to now, nothing has been done. Honorable Minister, I request you to come to Sembabule again and see where you left us. We are bad off. Agriculture has been, everything is down because of the poor connectivity and lack of roads in that district. I submit. Thank you.
Shema.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister. I have a couple of issues and I will go straight. Honorable Minister, the roads that we are making, I am wondering whether we still have roads regarding axle limits. Because as we speak, Honorable Minister, the destruction on our roads has continued and has increased. It is even worse for the local roads. As I speak, Shema and Rampara, the bridges are almost falling in because of heavy trucks that carry sand. We have reported this matter. Nothing has been done. We need bylaws that can protect local roads where UNRA is not present. The second point, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of local content. You have mentioned that 38% of the contracts were awarded to local contractors. This is not satisfactory. We are looking for revenue. The more money that stays in this economy, the better for us. Right, Honorable Minister, 38% needs to improve up to at least 50%. The contracts that are going to foreign companies need to reduce, and we need to see that we abide by the local content bill, the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, to make sure that our economy remains robust. On the issue of the road equipment, I represent a municipality where we are struggling. I know that some of the districts are smaller than municipalities. Shema is one of the biggest municipalities. I would like the minister to consider, when you are looking at the road equipment, consider the big municipalities. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, Entebbe Expressway, it was put up, we have a road toll bridge. How many years now it's not operational?
Thank you. Ira Chitagwenda, Honorable Nuru Byamokama.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Nuru Byamokama Joseph. I represent the people of Chitagwenda. Honorable Speaker, we have a road that was surveyed in 2015. People's houses were marked X. And up to now, the road is nowhere. This is Kabohe Nsika in Buheju. It has a spur to Wizbwera, then to Rohoko in Ibanda, Kabujojera in Chitagwenda, to Rwenzaza, then it goes to Mahero, up to Chambura. This is a 208-kilometer road. In 2016, it was in the manifesto of the president, but 2021, it disappeared. Up to now, the road is nowhere to be traced. Can I ask the minister to tell this August House where the road went? Then two, people's houses were marked and they cannot even go to the banks to get even a loan. This road covers 6 districts and it is a tourist road. Honorable Speaker, this is a serious matter. Can the Honorable Minister clearly tell this House what the 6 districts has done to this country?
Honorable Minister, this is very serious because even the road has disappeared completely. You might have to track the road and find out where it is. Honorable members, as you can see, this is now not a debate. It's not a debate in the sense of a debate, but it's just information to enrich the Honorable Minister's statement, because a debate would have dealt with the policy and other related matters, why things are happening this way. But now I see each member that rises is stating circumstances in the obtaining in the particular area of representation. I don't know how to handle it. I'm going to be very unfair to members. Some have raised, some have not raised, and yet they all have to raise. How do we deal with it? And if you are all to raise, no, because you see, we have only 30 minutes to accommodate. Yes, it's 1 hour, honorable member, for debate on minister, and that to accommodate the leader, the shadow minister and the response from the minister. Now you can see that how it is tight. Is it possible? I'm just asking. If we are talking about specific roads, can we write them down? Because it's not going to be possible. Can we write them down and transmit to the minister? But if it is a policy challenge, issues of, for example, supply of graders, road equipment to districts or related matters of policy, we could have a debate actually. And if you're talking about jam in Kampala or border or something like that, then we can have that would be a debate, because this catalog of issues from the speaker's side, I could have also raised my own, because I also have similar situations. But can we have a debate now? And on the issue of the catalog of challenges that we have, we just put them in writing. Is that okay? So let's do a debate now on the key principles of what needs to be done. Yes, Honorable. And then
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, I am Cuthbert Abigaba Mirembe. I represent Chivale County in Kamwenge District. Right Honorable Speaker, in Kamwenge District, I'm the chairperson of the District Roads Committee. And while I thank the Minister for his presentation, but I note with concern that he recognizes that we have continuously received less money for maintaining the equipment that we received. As an engineer by profession, if you cannot maintain a machine, then you forget about it. So right now, some of the machines have started fading because we are not able to maintain these machines. So I want to call upon the ministry to consider seriously funding maintenance of this equipment, and with our able engineers in the district, if we are well facilitated to maintain this equipment, we shall have it for many more years, and this will reduce on the stress on the ministry. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, since I still have a mic, I want to remind the minister that there is an outstanding pledge to tarmac 4 kilometers of road within Kamwenge Town Council. This is a presidential pledge. It was supposed to be done under when they were working on Kamwenge Fort Portal Road, but because of limited funding that time, we could not be able to do that. So Right Honorable Speaker, the minister is here. You can feel free to comment on the 4-kilometer roads in Kamwenge Town Council. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Moroto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Stella Tiang is my name. I'm the woman member of parliament for Moroto. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to state that government of Uganda is trying its best to tarmac roads. But of course, these roads are shortly damaged due to overload from trucks. Right Honorable Speaker, government tarmacked Moroto District, Napak and Kapiripit roads. But these roads have been shortly damaged by the marble and limestone trucks in Moroto. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to request government of Uganda to construct a way bridge that will regulate the load of these trucks such that these roads are saved from damages, so that the road accidents that are also caused due to overload are actually minimized. It will also reduce the cost of government from actually repairing these roads oftenly. This is something that we have presented to the ministry for a long time. It is the highest time that I request that the ministry takes this into consideration and gives us a way bridge. The other one, Right Honorable Speaker, on equipment. Right Honorable Speaker, I think there are places that have been gazetted for certain districts to be taking their trucks, the road equipments for repair. For example, for Moroto, they have to take to Gulu, and Gulu is so far. I was in a view that the ministry actually decentralizes, maybe at sub-regional. They get service providers that can do those repairs such that they are done shortly and they are actually easily accessed by this district. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have the Honorable Ambassador Baba and then I come this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is James Baba, representing people of Koboko County. I would like to thank the Minister for the great work they are doing constructing roads around the country. But Honorable Minister, while you keep adding tarmac mileage throughout the country, a number of issues arise. One is the equitable distribution of these roads countrywide. Ugandans have a right to have a stake in the national cake in terms of roads. Right now, they are lopsided. We in the northern region were just beginning to catch up when others started a long time ago. We want to be part of this national cake properly. Two, the companies that construct these roads Are you taking notice of who is performing well, who is underperforming? Most of the companies now performing, working on roads are Chinese. Knowing the Chinese, a Chinese can make you shoes which will last you 2 weeks, paper shoes. Another one will make you shoes which will last 1 month. Another will make you a very good leather shoes which will last you for quite some time. Are we assessing some of these companies for their performance? Let me quote you one example. The Arua Nebi Road was contracted by Solebon in the 1980s. That road has never been repaired. But from Nebi to Pakwach, the potholes, you have to go round and round around them. They were damaged in less than 10 years. Let's assess the performance of these companies so that we can get good credible.
Honorable Right Speaker, I think you allowed me.
No, I didn't. Oyam?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the presentation made yesterday. But as you present, Honorable Minister, I would wish to really ask you to look at the issue of equity. Lango sub-region, for example, has not benefited for a number of reasons that you can best explain to us. Look at the Ruekunye Apache Lira to Poranga Road. When I look at your presentation, it's still under mobilization. We have voted as they have said. I don't know what more next we can do. Secondly, we have Kona Aboke, Ichieme Ngai Bobi Road. This is part of the Great North Road. And this road has been pledged by the president 3 times. And I don't see it even coming on the list of the roads under NDP 3. So when are you going to work on this road? Finally, Oyam district, for example, your ministry has never worked on the central government roads, and they are all impassable. So as we talk about all the issue of roads, I would like to really urge that you give us the district status. And finally, the issue of maintenance, the road equipments, they were bought long ago, and the longer they stay, the more the depreciation level. So when are you going to have new equipments? First of all, starting with the districts which have not got, and then those ones who got, the machines are very old, and most of them are now down. I want to thank you.
Thank you. I'll have Kayunga, Masaka City, that is Dr. Bwanika. Let's move like that.
I thank you, Right Honorable. Before I submit the issues concerning roads and the state they are in Kayunga, allow me, I don't know whether this has already been said, to welcome the rebirth and reappearance of General Katumba Wamala to this house. The Honorable Minister who pretends over the ministry, whose mandate we are discussing now, faced his assassins. Of course, that incident claimed the life of his daughter and driver, and we are grateful to the Lord that we can see him today coming back to the house and pledging to serve as the usual humble servant of God. We put him in God's hands and we pray that the emotional healing comes first, because that may not be very easy to come in the shortest period possible. But we welcome you back and we continue to pray for you. Right Honorable, I just want to remind the Minister that some time back, Kayunga faced floods, and those floods, Right Honorable, have swept a very big chunk of land, including the roads that were going through those areas. And indeed, many areas are impassable because they've been cut off by these floods. Right Honorable, the Prime Minister visited recently. She pledged that government would step in to build bridges, because that's now what we want. Building, reconstructing roads may not be possible.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Dr. Abed Bwanika, Masaka City. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to start on a good note. Since 1986, we have some road works in Masaka City, and want to appreciate government, want to appreciate General Katumba and the entire team. Secondly, I just want to remind him not to forget the three major roads that feed our economy in that city: Chavakuza, Chiwangala, Kabale, which is 65 kilometers, and Chavakuza, Matete, Kaliro, 72 kilometers. And another very important road of Masaka Nyendo, Vira, which leads to the Catholic Church, which is very, very important part of our culture and our tourism there. Secondly, we want to know on the Mutukula Masaka Road, when are the works going to begin? Our people have seen the markings on the buildings. They think that the buildings are condemned. We want a stakeholders meeting from the Ministry of Works to go and talk to our people so that they know whether to go on with the development or not. And then on the road equipment, Masaka City, we did not inherit any road equipment. You give us a road fund, we cannot utilize it because we don't have road equipment. And lastly, on Kampala, the traffic, do we have a comprehensive plan to deal with the traffic of this city? You have to take hours to enter this city. We are seeing some few flyovers coming up, but we need a comprehensive plan from the Ministry of Works. How are we going to deal with the traffic jam?
Thank you. Piers Mitiana.
Through you, Right Honorable Speaker, I need to inform the Minister for Works about the lack of equipment we have in Mitiana district, but more specifically, the equipments of Mitiana municipality. They are really helping out. When we get those equipments, we shall be able to work on most of the rural roads in Mitiana, and I think you'll be able to do that. About the main roads, you're doing some work, and I really thank you. But about the equipments, please provide them. And if you do not, I believe my President Chagulanyi, when he comes in, he will do that.
Thank you. Honorable members, we agreed that the specific concerns on roads, we can write them down. But let's discuss the policy behind this. Is it supportive? Can I now go to Toro, then I come to the honorable member?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there are two issues in this whole thing. One is the maintenance of the roads, but the other is the construction of the new roads. And I want to focus, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the maintenance of the roads. And the minister, while making the presentation yesterday, did indicate that while they have road equipment given to a number of districts, the challenge remains with the maintenance of those equipments, but also they are constrained financially in maintaining the roads, especially once we've had rains like we've recently had, and we're still having the rains. Right Honorable Speaker, we have the Land Fund Act. And this land fund is very specific. Sorry, the road. Sorry. The road fund. And this road fund, Right Honorable Speaker, specifically section 21, talks about the funding to this road fund.
and is very specific and says that all money is collected from all the various sources as mentioned in the Act shall be remitted to the road fund monthly. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform this House. I know I had said this before, but currently the road fund is given money as and when the Ministry of Finance, it's the Ministry of Finance that decides what percentage to give them. And this must end, Right Honorable Speaker, because the law is specific, shall, and it must be monthly. So when you give them 30%, unless we deal with that problem, ladies and gentlemen, honorable colleagues, we shall continue sitting here and lamenting about our.
Thank you, yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Microphone. Let's proceed, Honorable.
I was almost getting muscle pulls because of this down up movement of putting up my hand, but I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I'm sure you do many more of those.
For record purposes, I'm seeing Harriet Mugenyi, woman member of parliament, representing the people of Hoima. I want to echo members who have thanked the minister for the report he gave us. And Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to draw the attention of this House and the Honorable Minister on the low budget cuts for the district roads, which I believe is a very big issue. Right Honorable Speaker, the budget for the district roads is a mockery. And if we want to improve the road network, because we believe that the district roads are what actually matters most to our people, the people who vote for us. Take an example, my district, Hoima district, got 50 million for the first quarter. And on the 50 million, they had to run office, they had to maintain equipment and the actual roadworks. And it happened, Right Honorable Speaker, at that time, the wheel loader lacked 4 tires. Each tire is 7 million. The grader required 6 tires, and each tire is 5 million. And the district has got 50 million. So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that we increase, our minister really helps us to make sure that the budget cuts of the district roads is really realistic. There is nothing. We shall keep crying about roads and roads and roads, and the district will not do the roads because they do not have the money. The budget is insufficient.
Thank you.
I thank you.
Is that Kapelebion? This Kapelebion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the minister for the speech and the statement made yesterday. I want to comment on 3 things. One is on the quality and the standards of roads that are being constructed. I am sometimes shocked that even before the road is finished, we begin seeing potholes on the roads which have been constructed by a contractor, and yet they have been opened and given to the public. I wonder whether there's a policy or should be there in government, make sure that whatever road is built in this country or put together, it is of a certain standard and a particular size that provides for pedestrians, border cyclists, and the vehicles. Otherwise, we have so many narrow roads and there are so many accidents, and the quality and the types of humps on the roads across the country are as varied as the roads you meet. So I want to request that we have a position that there's a standard and a quality of roads. Number 2, the determination of where to put these roads. The argument is that an economic basis is utilized. Mr. Honorable Speaker, sir, if we go by that, some of our districts will never see tarmac roads because they don't have the economic justification to have tarmac roads put there. So I want to request that the ministry should also consider putting in place affirmative action for areas where there are no sufficient economic reasons to justify putting those. Otherwise, we'll never see tarmac roads. Finally, we should have the central government take over inter-district road constructions because the districts don't have the money and the time and ability to be able to build those good roads joining districts. So I want to request that that should be part of their policy helping us going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. It's now an hour since we started, and that's what the rules say. Debate on the statement of a minister will take 1 hour. This is a very important matter. And as I said, a lot of the concerns are specific. Can we have those written down and submitted to the honorable minister either today or in the course of the week so that they compile this comprehensive thing and deal with them? I'm going to ask the shadow minister to speak, but there's some question that needs to be asked, honorable minister. On page 2 of your statement, in that table, honorable members, you'll notice that the national roads are 13.2% of the road network in this country. The rest of the roads, that's a Duka Road District, urban, rural access, rural community access roads, are 86.8%. And then you see that for the 13.2% of the road network in this country, we budget 16.8 trillion for the 13.2% of the road network. And the last time I checked, the money that was given to the road fund in the last financial year was under 168 billion for the 86.8% of the road network. Honorable members, if our discussions as to influence how government operates, maybe these are the issues we should be picking out. So it gives us direction, it gives us guidance, and we also see how to advise government to rearrange some of the things so that some of the matters are taken care of. Because if you, for 13.2%, you put 16.8 trillion, and then for 86.8%, you give 168 billion. And these are the roads that are in the community, the ordinary people, our villagers, and we're talking about socioeconomic transformation, and these are the people there. And this is the budget they have. Maybe we could have guidance on this so that we see as a parliament how we can say, no, we might have to redo this, restructure this so that we move better. And this is the kind of debate I expected. But now we are doing a catalog of concerns. I think we better write them down. Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Works for the report. In a way, it was a little bit comprehensive, but has a few issues which I want to respond to. In the first place, Right Honorable Speaker, the Class A roads, to an extent, I would like to thank government for, at least for the improvement in that regard. However, for the other two classes that actually relate to the common man, a lot has to be done in that regard. Honorable Speaker, as the shadow cabinet, we are actually writing a comprehensive report regarding this particular issue, which we shall seek to discuss with the government. And if they fail to respond to our queries, then we may have to be forced to go through you and present it to this house. We had a quick look at this report, and there are a lot of inaccuracies and misinformation. As a shadow, we are actually privy to have more information which is accurate, than actually the people who are supposed to give accurate reports in this regard. I will just, in the interest of time, and as I've just promised that we have a comprehensive report which we are compiling, I will just highlight a few areas. One, the performance. Honorable Speaker, I thought I have a feeling that as a shadow should be
Proceed,
given-
Honorable Minister, in the shadow.
Yes, yes. The performance rate of these roads as represented in this report is not true. Actually, I had the privilege of getting information from UNRWA. I will just highlight a few roads. When you look at this report, the Honorable Minister gives the impression that everything is going on fine. But I'll look at just about 6 major roads which are known. Busega Mpigi Express Highway, a total of 23.7 kilometers. By June 2020, it was 0.4% in terms of performance. That is not properly reflected in the report. Muyembe na Kapilipiliti is 92 kilometer stretch. By June 2020, it had not commenced, and by June 30th, 2021, performance report below 4%. Masindi Park, Butiaba, Wanseko Road, and all these other roads. So we now got a report giving the impression that things are moving on well, but the performance rate is here low. There are also roads, sorry, like Najanankumbi, Busabala, Munyonyo Interchange, Chiraka Sangati, where actually even construction has not commenced, but money advanced in a patch everywhere. And this is a countrywide. It's not true really that all these roads have been worked upon. And I agree with the Honorable Basarirwa, who actually insisted that I think whatever is given is from the boardroom. You should go down and inspect. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's also a number of roads and bridges that have been washed away. I would like to thank the Commission for the money you give us as shadow, as additional allowance. I took time off to go to Tororo. And actually, the Wananchi was telling me, you should come here as the MP. Because the MPs actually have even no access to their constituencies. They have actually taken up the task in Tororo, for example, to repair bridges with one.
Point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come from Tororo, and I have access straight to my own village. I have traversed almost all the sub-counties in my district. I know there are challenges of some, not all, some broken bridges as a result of the recent rains. And about a month ago, we had the Ministry of Works working as a committee, a district roads committee. Honorable Chweri was with us, and we took him to the spot, the inter-district connectivity bridges between Tororo and Manafa. So it is not true that members of parliament have no access to their constituencies in Tororo. That is a complete lie. Is the member in order to give such a lie when I'm here seated, even looking at him straight, and is giving such a lie?
Honorable Member, would you like to have me rule on this matter?
Yes,
I am going to rule. Since you are the one that is accused, you cannot give your own ruling. Were you talking about the same Tororo she's referring to? Or is there another Tororo you went where members could not access their constituencies. Were you referring to the same Tororo district?
Right, Honorable Speaker. I was talking about Tororo South, but I also want to inform this House that Honorable Opendi, at times actually I find him in Kasese, and so I think he should be confused. She might be confused in Kasese for Tororo. Right, Honorable Speaker. Order.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Point of order? You're raising on the point of order? Okay.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Is it really in order for a member of parliament to insinuate that other members of parliament have no right to go to any place in this country? Is the MP right? Are you in order? Honorable Sarah Pendi has a right to traverse the country, go to any district of her choice. Is the honorable member in order?
Are we still talking about the issue of Kasese and Tororo?
Yes. Doesn't she have a right?
The Honorable Shadow Minister said he left his own constituency. I went to some Tororo, and he said Tororo South. To be more specific, he said Tororo South. And Tororo South is in Tororo district. So because before I had not yet understood what you were talking about. Is it the same Tororo? Now you are jumping to Kasese. Is there a Tororo in Kasese? I don't think you are in order now, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I think the point I wanted to put across that in most districts in Uganda, because of the rains, the bridges have been washed away. And we want to get an explanation from the Ministry of Works. These matters are foreseeable. The rains are foreseeable. And we don't have sort of a plan to work on these specific roads. I also visited Kasese incidentally, and the bridges of Chirembe, Kasese Chirembe Road, Kasese Bridge, Nyamwamba Bridge, Nkinda Bugoye, Nyakalingo Road, to mention but a few. They have completely been washed away, and Wananchi have no access to their homes, which I believe it is also unconstitutional. One, they have right to earn a living, even to make a families, but they have no homes.
Information.
Honorable, what is happening at the moment? Huh? I didn't hear. Who raised point of information? I heard as if it's a member for Nakawa who raised on the point of information. I just saw you getting up and going. She had raised it earlier when I was not listening. That is very surprising. Okay, please, if you have allowed.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In addition, the minister has come up with a new technology of the low cost ceiling, but they are looking at the low tonnage of the roads. Instead, they should be looking at the weather variability of such areas, because at the same time, they have identified the climate change as a challenge to road construction. So instead of looking at the low tonnage, They should be looking at the climate and weather variability and the weather of that area historically, such that what they establish remains for some time.
Information. The problem, right, Honourable Speaker, having, these people are looking at me as a shadow minister. I'm not just a shadow. So I'm talking on your behalf. So that kind of information should have been given to me at the shadow cabinet. So if I can proceed, Mr. Honorable Speaker. I was talking about that these areas are prone to these disasters and they are known. So instead of talking about River Nyamamba repeatedly year in, year after, we should have a comprehensive plan for such areas. Right Honorable Speaker, we also have an issue for value for money, and that one will be given in our comprehensive report. But specifically, I have two other items I can talk about in the interest of time. The issue of the district equipment. Sorry, you know, I have a problem with that. Yeah, the issue of the district equipment. Most of the areas we sampled, the equipment is still wanting. I don't want to use the word fake, but the suppliers did not do a good job, and that one has to be looked into. We also have the units, zonal units, which are supposed to maintain the roads. If you look at the minister's report, the budget allocation is 3 billion for the zonal units. And when you look at the people who are now maintaining Victoria Motors, Spear Motors, and okay, there are 3. You have 3 trillion. Okay, 16 billion is allocated for the zonal, but only 3 companies maintaining, they actually have a claim of 1.3 trillion. And that is surprising, because if you have just ordinary companies maintaining equipment which has broken down, claiming trillion, and then you have zonal maintenance units which are supposed to maintain all the equipment for the zones at this level, then there's a point of investigation which must be really followed. Either it is a conspiracy to break down equipment and you deliver them to these companies demanding trillions, and you cannot fund your own zonal units, and you allocate 16 billion. I think that's something which has to be investigated. People will now break down equipment for them to claim trillions, instead of funding a zonal unit under your ministry, which you can control. So I think those are areas which you have to look at. And then, right Honourable Speaker, we've also had issues to do with the recent directives by the president that this company is willing to repair this and maintain this road. And then he says, since we're not paying in advance, it should be awarded the contract. 1, it breaches the PPDA rules. 2, it is also irregular and illegal. You see, because you are now giving out a loan without approval of this house. And that is not within the docket and mandate of the president. So most of the local contractors have been pushed out. See, the people we can talk to, the people who actually have feelings and a duty to build better roads.
Point of order from Tue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Is the Member of Parliament in order to tell us that the local contractors can do when you have buildings, for example, in Mulago, we have Cancer Institute building that was given to local and was abandoned up to now. Another building was given Heart Institute. Local was given another building, constructed, and was left undone. Even our building, Parliament, up to now, it is not finished because it is under local construction. So our local constructors are not doing what it is desired. Thank you.
Was that a point of order? I was not able to establish the bridge, so I will let it pass. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker,
Procedure
for that wonderful ruling.
Point of procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. The previous speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, has intimated that because of the failure of one local company, Rocco, which we are not so sure that it's 100% Ugandan, because it failed on its duty, he thinks all local companies in the country should be denied opportunity to do work in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, we have so many local companies.
Honorable, on what matter do you raise?
Which procedural matter, Right Honorable Speaker? We have so many companies, Right Honorable Speaker, in this country who are losing out on the competition in the PPDA processes, but also are losing out with those kind of awards. Right Honorable Speaker, when a member just comes here, utters words that nails our local companies, and he just walks away, he sits in his seat very comfortably and very happy that the Chinese are the ones who are given the work in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, are we proceeding well to leave that member enjoy his seat in this Parliament of Uganda?
There should be, no. There should be, what is the word? A breach, and the sanctions should be commensurate. Now, for a member to come and mention a company or two, and for your sanction to be that the member should be leave the house, I think we would have acted to over the offense that could have been committed. But honorable members, I think the point is being made, and let's listen to this matter. Our local engineers, local firms benefiting from the huge monies that we pass as a parliament for procurement. I think that's the debate we should have. And given also that the procurement requirement now, that for you to qualify, to be able to be pre-qualified, you have to show that you have ever had at least 150 million shillings on your account. How many of our young engineers who are starting up are able to do this? Now, these are the questions we should be asking. And each time they are asked, I think let us just take the spirit that we have local engineers who we have trained and they are able, and it is our responsibility to see how to build their capacities. Would you like to wind up? Honorable, you know, he's doing a lot of stuff because he was my lecturer that Monday.
Thank you very much.
But you taught me the law of evidence. I don't see much of it now coming up.
Most of it. Right Honourable Speaker, lastly but not least, I would like to propose, now this given my maiden speech, I don't know whether that should be the word properly, which is appropriate in the circumstances. Thus, this report, though it is good, with this bit of misinformation and a few inaccuracies, it should be subjected to either an ad hoc committee or the regular committee of infrastructure to really study the issue of our roads. It cannot be comprehensively handled through submission to the ministry, which over the years has failed really to make a significant difference in this regard. I would also like to propose that the Honorable Minister, your office should be really accessible, specifically to members of the road committees and the chairman of districts, because they actually know and feel what is on the ground. Yesterday, the Honorable Minister...
Honorable Member, you need to close.
Yes, I'm closing.
Please.
Proposed that he's going to visit whichever district that was raised. That is really fire brigading. We want something comprehensively handled. You are not giving Ugandans gifts. They are entitled to good roads. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, please, your time to respond. And the rule, the guidance I gave earlier still stands.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And as you guided, I will not waste the members' time by going back to respond to every road which was raised. But I'll respond to some of the general issues. If I will start with the last of, from the Shadow Minister about accessibility of our offices. I think many members of Parliament here will agree that they have been to my office. Even this morning, I've just hosted the LC5 chairman of Mpigi and the mayor of Kayabu to tell you how open we are. So our offices are open and anytime you can come to the offices. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members for the observations which they have made, some of which are very, very genuine. For example, the imbalance between development and maintenance. This is an issue which we have been raising as a ministry every year, not only to our infrastructure committee, but also to PACOP and Ministry of Finance. We are putting a lot of money in construction of the roads, so we should up the budget on maintenance. Otherwise, those roads will not be able to survive the 15 years we expect them to survive. So I'll request and I'll call for your support in that endeavor that we move up the budget for maintenance. Secondly, it's true that the most touching connectivity which pains the public are the roads in the countryside, which we call the district urban community access roads. And yet, this is not as highly funded as the development budget. So these are issues which we have to balance. The issue of the road fund growing into a second generation, as a minister, I think we are giving up because we have been fighting for this for so many years. The act was very clear that the road fund should grow into the second generation so that all the funds which are corrected in that direction are put on the road fund account
so that the road fund can disburse money to the districts as required. However, it's up to today, it is the road fund gets money from the consolidated fund. So it cannot meet the demands as required. So that's another matter which we have to address, all of us, as beneficiaries of this. The road unit equipment. We got the 1,151 road unit equipment from Japan. This is about 2017, 2018. We distributed these to every district which existed as then. We have a shortfall of 15 districts, including the new ones, which have not yet benefited from the road equipment. We need 55 billion shillings to be able to purchase and distribute those equipment. We have already negotiated, everything had been negotiated, the contracts are ready to sign. We can't sign the contracts until we are assured of money from Ministry of Finance. We have not yet got that assurance, so we cannot proceed to sign contracts for the 15 districts for the equipment. This matter is also on the table. We have also discussed it with our infrastructure committee and also the Presidential Advisory Committee on Budget. So we are still pushing to get 55 billion from Ministry of Finance so that we can get the 15 units for the districts. On the issue of maintenance, thank you very much for the observation. The equipment are still under warrant. When the equipment was brought, it's still under warrant. And when it is under warrant, the supplier identified its agents in the country for the maintenance. However, we are planning, and we're already in the advanced stages of taking over the maintenance to include the decentralization of some of the regional workshops, as one of the members observed, that you find a region like Moroto being maintained from Gulu, which is very, very far. So we are going to decentralize some of these regions to create sub-regions where we can maintain this equipment. That is in process. As soon as the warrant time ends, we are not going to renew the contracts of the teams which are maintaining the equipment right now. On the Kampala traffic jams, Right Honorable Speaker, working with Kampala KCCA, we have identified some of the critical roads which we are working on to decongest Kampala. And these include that Nakauka Kasanje complex area. That includes the Chira, Kasangati, Matuga, all the way through to Nsanji. So all these plus the Mpigi Expressway, which we think will be able to decongest vehicles which are usually congested at Nsanji and Chengera, and the other roads which we are working on together with the KCCA. And KCCA under the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area program is also expanding on the area of the roads which they are maintaining to stop, not only to maintain roads within the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area, but also to address those critical roads in Wakiso and Mukono, because they have an impact on the traffic flow. So both of us are working together to ensure that this is actualized. On the standards of the roads, we passed just, I think, last year, but on the Road Act, and which spells out exactly the kind of standards of the roads which we can afford. We can afford, because there is that one also. What roads can we afford? But the roads we are working on, the standard is that the road must survive and must be usable for 15 years. That's the standard. About widening the roads, that is still a challenge because, again, of our land law and even our unplanned developments, which sometimes make the construction difficult. Now, for every contract, for every project, when it is finished, it has 3 years of defects liability period. For 3 years. If there is a defect which comes within that period, the contractor must address that defect. So for 3 years, we don't touch that road. Once it is handed over by the contractor, any defect must be maintained by the contractor himself. So that's about the quality and standard of roads. The roads must are 15 years, and the defects liability period is provided in every contract. Now, about the local content, I don't know whether there is a ministry which has been as aggressive about the local content as we are. We feel that the provisions now are still not adequate, the 30%. So we are, as we speak now, we have our technical team, the Minister of Finance and Minister of Works, working on a cabinet memo, a cabinet paper, to bring to cabinet how we can improve on the BUBU, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, Promote Uganda. So we have that in the offing. We have been encouraging the local contractors because they have already in the law any contract or any project which is 45 billion and below, it's ring fenced for local contractor. If the contract is 45 billion and below, it's ring fenced for local contractor. We have had a lot of discussions with their body, their unifying body called UNABSEC, and we have even tried to engage banks to possibly find a way of funding local contractors and a special arrangement, not them borrowing money at the rate, the open rate where business people borrow money from. Because sometimes it takes so long for these contractors to be paid that if you use that kind of interest rate, then you are going to kill his business. So we are also engaging them. They have a body called UNABSEC, where all the local companies come together. We sit with them and we are discussing with them. And actually, it's through that body that even this cabinet memo is being generated and supported. So we are really concerned about our local contractors gaining capacity and being able to respond to carry out these contracts. Of course, we don't think that even if we are now the Chinese are the ones doing the construction, will they come back to do the maintenance? That would be a failure on our side. So we should be able to build the capacity of our local contractors. They still have some issues, yes, but we're encouraging them and showing them the way of how to get into the game. So we are not leaving our local contractors out. About the equity, somebody raised the issue of equity, Right Honorable Speaker. According to this NDP3, and I'll say much more about NDP3, honorable members, I know and I appreciate that everybody everywhere would want to have a tarmac road. Some members have even written to me to say, please tarmac the road of 1.5 kilometers to my home. However, I want to say this. Yesterday, I saw the debate, and the question was, does the government have a national disaster response plan? Now, in the case of the road construction, our entry point to determine what project and which roads we are going to do is guided by two documents: the National Development Plan and the manifesto of the party ruling at the time. Good thing is that this time, the National Development Plan 3 and the manifesto are kind of aligned. So the projects which we have been given by the National Development Plan 3 are the projects against which finance pegs the money. So if the project is not in the National Development Plan 3, for the next 5 years, it will be very difficult for me to implement it, because that would mean that I take out another project and bring in that project. And I don't know what criteria I would use to take out some and bring another one. Now, on the issue of equity, the next 5 years, in number of kilometers, Central Region will have 852.6 kilometers. Western Region will have a total of 548.8 kilometers. Northern Region will have a total of 1,135.30 kilometers, because Northern Region was still lagging behind in terms of the kilometers which are constructed. Eastern region will have 785 kilometers. Southern region, 360 kilometers. Those are the programs, those are the kilometers, and the roads are indicated, and this document has been uploaded on your iPad. So the roads which will be done are according to this National Development Plan 3. And this is where we are going to concentrate so that we don't wobble around simply because everybody wants the road done. Now, I want also members to understand that, yes, one of the considerations for picking a road is the economic payback. However, it's just one of those, because if it was the only one which we based on, then areas like Moroto would not have got these roads. But you can see what is, and we have also realized that when you do a road in that area, it picks up very fast. Like now, you had the Honorable MP from Moroto now complaining about vehicles which are destroying their roads, which was not so before, because the road was done to Moroto. So the economic importance is just one of those considerations. But we have connectivity, we have other considerations which are put, other things which are put into consideration. And I also want to say that for building a road, on average, it takes about 3 to 5 years. Why? From the time of from the time the concept is done to the time of construction and finishing, it has to take about that period. This also is has a bearing on the law of procurement. You have to advertise, you have to, the number of months or period which has to be spent before the bids come in. When the bids come in, then you have to analyze them, etc., etc. Then as you go through those, there's a whistleblower. And once a whistleblower comes up, then that project will stop until you have answered the whistleblower. Now, when you finish the whistleblower and you have awarded the contract, the dissatisfied person also can stop the contract proceed, because he can ask for administrative review, and that can take another 6 months to 1 year. So sometimes these roads which you see the projects taking wrong is because of that process which we have to go through. So some of these are forced on us by the law, and we may not be able to change them until the PPDA law has been changed, and then we shall be able to proceed. So that time, some of the time is mandatory, and we cannot circumvent.
Point of procedure.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker. The Right Honorable Speaker had been so attentively listening to the Minister, and he was referring to National Development Plan 3. Then immediately I had to open and see the number of roads that has been listed too. The point of procedures I'm trying to find from this house and from you, now that there are some key important areas that has not been included, especially on the roads, National Development Plan 3. And this thing is going to last for 5 years, according to what I've heard from him now. How can we amend this so that those important roads that has not been planned for in National Development Plan 3 should also be taken care of, because they are also crucial? This is a procedural matter I want to raise.
Did you raise on a point of procedure?
It is important issues, the Right Honorable Speaker.
No, please.
Is it procedural right so that we listen and just keep quiet on this matter? Yet it's very important. Should we just keep quiet and say that now that is not in National Development Plan 3, yet these roads are also important? We just keep quiet and just look at it like that. Is it procedural right?
Honorable member, you are the one proceeding improperly. You can see how you are trying now to coin a procedural matter, but the rules are very clear about what amounts to a procedural point. But you are excused because the matter you have raised also contributes to the debate. I think you would have been better contained under clarification, which the minister would have allowed you, I think, to do. No. Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, as I was, so those are to cut the long story short, those are the guidelines, National Development Plan. Of course, we can't do everything at the same time. It's just like in a home, there's so many demands and you may not be able to address all of them. Secondly, the economy has a bearing on how much we can do. If the economy performs well, then yes. But many of these, and you know about the limit of borrowing, how much the country cannot borrow beyond. So while we would want to do all these projects, there are some limits which we can't go beyond. Now, on issues of some of the areas which have been coming on, and for example, Rwenkunya Patch, why isn't it moving?
Clarification.
Honorable member, for accessing the microphone earlier, please. You access the microphone before you were allowed. No, you did.
On the Right Honorable Speaker, on two occasions on this floor,
Thank you for giving way. Right Honorable Speaker, the matter is quite urgent. Yesterday, we received this report, and the clarification I'm seeking is that from the year 2014-15 to 2019-20, the ministry spent 16.9 billion, I think, in the road construction. Trillion. I would want to know, because you have now given us a very good report on where you are going to construct roads, in what region, the kilometers, and so on, the details which we wanted. And that is under NDP3. May you also tell us how you spread out the roads utilizing the 16.9 trillion, so that we know that the northerners are going to receive 1,000 kilometer roads in NDP3 because already so much has been invested under that program from 2015 to 2020. So I would like that clarification so that we understand, because some region may feel when they listen to the number which you are going to construct in under NDP3, they may think you have cheated them, when actually they got a bigger share in the 16.9 trillion. So can you clarify that to us? Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I do recall very well that in the last parliament, I presented to members the distribution of the roads and the projects which were ongoing and which were ended. Now, on the issue of which roads are going to be done in which area, the document we presented is on the iPad and shows which road and how many kilometers. And that's how we came to the totals which are here. So the road, if you check on your iPad, the document was uploaded and has all the roads in detail, what road is going to be done and what kilometers. So that one is provided. Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to respond on the issue of this Rwenkunya patch because it has been keeping coming every other day. Rwenkunya patch is given the contractor who's doing that road. Actually, on one time there was a report here that a matrix company, the one doing that road. No, the company is called Sadim Al Kuwait. It's the one which is going to construct that road, Renkunya Patch. Now, some of the delays have been because of the issue of the Ibuje rock, which has been identified as the source for the materials for the construction. I've agreed with the leader of the Lango parliamentary group that on the 30th, we are meeting in Lira with the UNRA, myself, and the members of parliament of Lango, and the LC5 chairman of those districts, so that we sort out this issue of Ibuje rock and the source of it. So that will solve the matter of Renkunyu Apache, hopefully, because the owners are also members from the community. So possibly we shall be able to appeal to them together as a group to stop what they're doing to prevent the contractor from accessing the rock. So those are my responses generally, unless, because as you said, sir, as you guided, we shouldn't go into specific small roads. Everybody's road has been taken. And if it's not in the NDP3, don't lose hope. There is NDP4 and NDP5. So we shall progressively be able to do this. But again, as I said, a rejoinder is that we need to improve on maybe our income if we are going to be able to do all these roads without necessarily overburdening the country with the loans. Because otherwise we depend on loans, which will become very, very, very difficult for us to pay and so we have to increase our tax collection. Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, a debate on the roads in this country will always attract a lot of interest, and time is needed to deal with it. But the structure of this debate, as I said, is a ministerial statement. It's a debate without decision. And we have spent almost 2 hours doing it. But what I suggest, because the issues remain current, I would like to recommend to the committee, our committee on infrastructure, to pick out these issues that have been raised, have a more comprehensive engagement with the ministries, more comprehensive engagement with the people, ministries in relation to the funds that are being operated under them, including UNRWA, including the road fund, so that they can come and then we have a debate that is structured and where we can take a decision. And especially given the time now, the budget cycle circular has been issued, the budget conferences are taking place. By the end of this year, 31st December, we receive the budget framework paper. Now, we should have a debate that can influence all those processes. And that debate can only be shaped by a report that comes from that committee in charge of the sector, which can give us better guidance on how to debate on this matter. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I am a member of the Fiscal Infrastructure Committee, and I want to thank you for allowing me to raise this issue, which I think, Mr. Speaker, we have tried as a committee, but Minister of Finance has been a stumbling block, and where I feel it is this House. Mr. Speaker, let me highlight one. The issue of the district equipment. I'm here in the possession of a letter, because in this current financial year, Mr. Speaker, we did allocate money for the road equipment for the following districts, Mr. Speaker. At that time, there were 13 districts, but the Honorable Minister has updated it because of the new districts came into 15. These 13 districts, the new districts were Nabilatuk, Bugweri, Kasanda, Kwania, Kapelebiong, Kikube, Obongi, Kazo, Rampara, Kitakwenda, Madiokolo, Karenga, and Lusot. We did provide 46 billion, Speaker. But surprisingly, Minister of Finance, after Minister of Works had done the procurement of the road construction and maintenance equipment for the 13 districts. In a letter from the permanent secretary, did only respond to them in the negative and only provided 26 billion, leaving a shortage of 20 billion. But now that the other two districts were added in, which brings it bill to 56 billion, which means now they need 30 billion. Now, Minister of Works, because this letter written from Finance was on the 6th of March 2020, is in a dilemma. Can I explore this House, Right Honorable Speaker, to explore and to direct Minister of Finance to release the balance of the money such that these districts can be able to get the equipment, because we don't want to see the 26 billion again returned to the consolidated fund. More so, Right Honorable Speaker, we provided money under the law like Honorable Penda stated. So as a committee, we have tried to push, but I think we need the committee of this whole House to put sense to the Minister of Finance, to help the Minister of Works to achieve its objective, and the members for those districts where they have not got the equipment. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. What it shows is that we need an assessment, and that assessment can only be done by our committee responsible for the sector. And they come back to us with recommendations on what we should, it will include one of those things. If they could do this quickly, we would be able to speak before the budget framework paper is in place, and therefore we'll hold our positions in the discussions on the budget framework paper, and we maintain this hold until some of these things are sorted out. So please, committee responsible for this sector on infrastructure, take keen interest on this matter, pick it up, pick all the issues up, and give us a good debatable either motion or report so that we can pick it from there and take some decisions to guide how we move with this particular sector. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your responses. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper, motion for a resolution of Parliament to highlight the decline in ethical and moral values in the country and propose solutions for reversing the destructive decline.
Honorable Member for Bufumbira East.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this motion is under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure. Whereas Objective 3 of the National Objectives and Directive Principles of State Policy, entrenched in the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, obligates all organs of state and people of Uganda to work towards the promotion of national unity, peace, and stability. And whereas Objective XXIX of the National Objectives outlines the duties of a citizen to include being patriotic and loyal to Uganda, promoting citizens' well-being, engaging in gainful work for the good of citizens, and contributing to national development. Knowing that in a bid to actualize the said principles, the state put in place
point of procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Chiromira Hassan, Katikam South constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue that's being presented is very critical in our country. And I'm wondering if we are proceeding correct without the minister in charge of ethics, because they are expected to be in parliament, especially when such issues critical to our country are being presented. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable member, this is a private member's motion being presented to this house. Whether the minister is there or not there is immaterial, because we'll take a decision eventually and send it to them. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Knowing that in a bid to actualize the said principles, the state put in place institutions whose mandate is to foster strict adherence to good moral and ethical values, the rule of law, principles of natural justice, and good governance, noting that whereas the institutions constitutionally mandated to ensure observance of good moral and ethical values are in place, there is nonetheless notable decline of ethical and moral values such as honesty, care, thrift, responsibility, integrity, respect, transparency, and accountability among the citizens. Further noting that the decline of moral and ethical values in the country has led to unpleasant outcomes such as an increase in unchecked theft of public resources, inability to apprehend and punish lawbreakers, disregard of the law, disrespect of authority, increasing land evictions, destruction of the environment and wetlands, as well as emergence of obnoxious practices such as abortions, homosexuality, and prostitution in society. Cognizant that the decline in the state of affairs has further caused lawlessness, which is threatening a very important pillar of society, namely the family, as seen by, for example, increasing cases of divorce, separations, disrespect of parents by their children, and irresponsible parenthood. Further noting, cognizant that the moral restraint that informs our religious, cultural, and social mannerisms, as well as way of life, is under threat, in that when religious institutions venture to raise concerns on the declining moral and ethical values in the country, they are ridiculed and derided as being old-fashioned and puritanical. Aware that if the spiraling out of control of society's moral and ethical fabric continues, the prosperity, stability, security, and unity of Ugandans will be gravely undermined, thereby rendering Uganda to become a fraying nation. Further aware that there is urgent need to rebut the decline in national morals and ethics in order to protect Uganda from widening social inequalities, ravages of underdevelopment, national indignity, and exploitation, largely by external interests. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this august House that Parliament takes cognizance of the rise in moral and ethical decline in the country and leads by example the advocacy of the advancement of national, moral, and ethical values among the citizens. Parliament urges government to take urgent practical steps to address the increased decline of the moral and ethical values in order to place Uganda onto a pedestal of more stability, peace, security, unity, as well as prosperity. 3, Parliament urges government to ensure that institutions which are mandated with the prevalence of ethics and integrity in society are themselves ethical and have integrity. Parliament urges government to ensure that the education curriculum emphasizes character education, which is examinable in our educational institutions. Alongside this, should be a focus on teacher training institutions, since imparting moral values relies on role modeling and interaction. 5, Mr. Speaker, Parliament urges government to introduce universal moral education, whereby knowledge of how to care, knowledge of how to live with nature, knowledge of how to share and be human will become an integral part of our lives. 6, Parliament urges religious institutions to join the struggle to avert the ongoing decline in moral and ethical values in society. Parliament urges government to wholeheartedly step up efforts to stop theft of public resources, apprehend and punish lawbreakers, as well as oppose emergence of obnoxious practices such as homosexuality. Parliament urges government to rein in the media, that is television, radio, print news, which has become one of the biggest purveyors and disseminators of immorality and fake news. The Parliament urges government to ensure increased budgets to accountability agencies such as judiciary, police, and Inspector General of Government. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, Parliament urges government and religious institutions to set up peer review structures, mechanisms, and departments to foster ethics and morality. I beg to move, sir.
Is the motion seconded? Yes, seconded by Ruhama, Napak, Moyo West, Jumani, UPDF, that is Kano Charity, that is Lamore, that's Honorable Musoke, Cassandra North. Would you like to briefly speak to your motion? Masindi, Koboko. Honorable member, would you like to speak to your motion briefly?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that this motion is one of the most important motions that have ever been debated on the floor of Parliament by members of Parliament. Ethical and moral values are determinant factors as far as our stability, integrity, security, unity, peace, socio-economic development, and prosperity are concerned. Human relationships as well as equitable societies are spiced by these values to make life exceedingly enjoyable and worth living. And Mr. Speaker, sir, honorable members need to be aware that a silent and unseen revolution is underway in our nation. This revolution relates to a fact that the foundations of our nation, namely ethical and moral values, is slowly being eroded or eaten away by the pandemic of immorality as well as ethical atrophy. If we don't act decisively and quickly too, our nation could collapse under the full weight of this pandemic. For these reasons, sir, I commend you for giving us the opportunity to debate this motion. The motion is about the Uganda we want, Mr. Speaker. A nation whose citizens' way of life is impeccably.
Microphone.
Nation which is impeccably informed by wholesome application and adherence to imperatives of ethical and moral values. A nation, Mr. Speaker, which is united, stable, secure, and peaceful, as well as prosperous. It is about Uganda's present and future development, her viability, and place among the community of nations around the world. Mr. Speaker, sir, it will please the honorable members to be reminded that the framework which espouses common moral and ethical values that we all are obliged to respect and be guided by. What are these values, Mr. Speaker? They include honesty, respect for nature, for leaders, for authority, for the Almighty God. And then there is loyalty, care, integrity, hard work, transparency, responsibility, hospitality, generosity, reliability, humility, justice, and accountability. These and other values not mentioned here are a must for society to have. They are critical for human development and survival. They regulate, among other things, human relationships and management of national resources for human development. The values in question, Mr. Speaker, also prescribe modes of human behavior to enhance and enrich our lives. Effective application of these values is a precondition for a stable, viable, strong, secure, peaceful, orderly, and united and prosperous nation. Over the years, Mr. Speaker, our country has been built on a moral and ethical foundation that encourages citizens to distinguish between right and wrong. What we are witnessing nowadays, though, is a worrying trend whereby right is seen as wrong and wrong is seen as right. As a result of this, immorality in the form of unethical behavior, as well as immoral actions, is increasingly becoming a norm. Mr. Speaker, sir, the main import of this motion is that immorality is assertively eroding our ethical and moral values, and this is endangering the fabric of our society. The erosion taking place at a frighteningly relentless pace is one to be of great concern to all of us. Ethical and moral values are no longer carrying the tag of admiration and reward as they have done before. Instead, they are increasingly losing their high premium. This is despite there being fundamental prerequisites for Uganda's prosperity, stability, security, unity, and socio-economic transformation. In many districts in our country, Mr. Speaker, local leaders are frequently involved in destructive conflicts against one another over local issues. They have formed cliques and factions, and local people too have become divided behind each one of the factions. All this is leading to paralysis and sufferance in service delivery. Mr. Speaker, it is no longer a secret that our ethical and moral values are progressively and on a massive scale being compromised to satisfy individual whims as well as interests of foreign nations. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the country is not aware that its foundations are gradually being eaten away as a consequence of this decline. Mr. Speaker, sir, members of parliament have not been spared the bug of moral and ethical decline. You may recall, sir, that 2 years ago, in this very august house, some members of parliament were involved in unprecedented and ugly scuffles with security personnel. Earlier this year, it was extensively reported in the media that in the 10th parliament, members of parliament on some parliamentary committees were involved in corrupt deals which were aimed at enhancing their financial standing. Mr. Speaker, sir, forging academic documents by some individuals, which documents they then use as a ladder to higher positions, has also become common and regrettable. In commercial banks, sir, one will find that a teller has no difficulty taking customers' money off the latter's accounts by forging documents. In schools, pupils and students have learned the cunning behavior of some of their teachers. We witnessed this activity in the recent primary examinations, where teachers were aiding pupils and students to cheat. Whenever there is a general election, Mr. Speaker, voters no longer care about the quality and character of the candidate they vote to send to Parliament and district councils to represent them, as long as candidates are able to oil their palms with money and other goods. Earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General reported that there had been a massive abuse of COVID-19 funds by some government officials. The hemorrhaging of public funds by public servants turned thieves has assumed a dangerous practice. Mr. Speaker, sir, nowadays, to get a contract or job, one often has to pay upfront. In some cases, some banks won't give you a loan unless you pay upfront to persons who are processing loans. A person supervising a contract won't pass the job application unless one pays. A clerk won't pass your file for payment unless you rub his or her palms. We can go on and on, Mr. Speaker. Institutions which are constitutionally mandated to fight corruption and other ills in society are overwhelmed by the enormity of the decline of ethical and moral values to an extent that renders them ineffectual. Some of these institutions, Mr. Speaker, have been infiltrated and their operations are being influenced by unethical and immoral interests. Examples of decline of ethics and moral values are numerous all around us on a daily basis. Mr. Speaker, sir, if this ongoing ominous decline is not dealt with head-on and sooner than later by the executive arm of government in particular and society in general, I have no doubt that the decline will ultimately, fundamentally, and radically frustrate the social, economic, and political order we are aspiring to build. This will have far-reaching implications on our security, peace, integrity, unity, stability, and socio-economic development. The outcome, Mr. Speaker, will include a demotivated or demoralized public service, a growing generation of young and angry youth, an unprecedented social and economic uncertainty, more injustice, poorer work ethics, a deafening culture of more devastating runaway corruption, more poverty, and therefore more underdevelopment. The other outcomes will include civil disobedience, more indiscipline, acquisitiveness, incompetence, indifference, sectarianism, nepotism, tribalism, embezzlement, bribery, illicit enrichment, a widening gap between haves and have-nots, and violence. Mr. Speaker, a state of relentless decline of our moral and ethical values is a threat to the rule of law and order in our country. Such a decline, if not halted and reversed, will additionally lead to a poorer or substandard service delivery regime, weak representation in Parliament and elsewhere, poor quality leadership in the nation, and more unemployment. With such a multiplicity of negative outcomes, Uganda's quest to become a middle-income nation and later on a developed one would be a chimera. Mr. Speaker, in the wake of this firmly registered moral and ethical decline, Uganda is in danger of becoming a weak state. Unless we hastily, firmly, and genuinely embrace ethical and moral values, our country will become more dependent, exploited, oppressed, and dominated by stronger nations which are ethically and morally more upright. A weak state is prone to imposition of inappropriate externally induced policies, as well as abominable practices such as homosexuality, bestiality, and abortion, especially by nations from the Western world, whose norms and values are culturally and largely diametrically opposed to ours. A state that is weak is often bedeviled by internal conflicts. It hardly garners respect from the community of nations. Mr. Speaker, doing something about the ongoing decline of our ethical and moral values should be a must for our government and society. This is because our society is already teetering on the precipice of moral and ethical decline, which could soon reach a point of no return. In fact, we can say that Uganda is on the edge of an abyss. She has never been threatened by the bug of ethical and moral decline as she is now. Mr. Speaker, the successful modernization of Uganda, which entails improvement of socio-economic conditions of citizens, and Uganda's graduation to a more prosperous, peaceful, secure, and stable status will only be possible when moral and ethical values are the bedrock of our identity, efforts, governance, existence, as well as management of national resources. Short of this, we are a country that is headed for a conundrum of more underdevelopment.
Honorable member, you are taking all the time for the seconders and for the debate.
Mr. Speaker, sir, there are practical steps we can take with a view to place Uganda onto a pedestal of ethical and moral uprightness. Of necessity, the executive must take the lead to reverse and halt the ongoing decline. It can only do so by demonstrating its seriousness by, for example, putting its house in order and then setting up peer review structures, mechanisms, and departments across the broad spectrum of national governance. The latter would be to ensure citizens do embrace compliance across the nation of Uganda. Hitherto, Mr. Speaker, the executive has sought to tackle runaway corruption from a narrow and timid perspective. Its main focus has been on tangible vices such as abuse of office. To this end, executive's boldness to tackle corruption should change direction by focusing more on intangible practices such as ethical and moral issues, as well as behavior of individuals. It should wake up to the fact that such vices are a result of a growing deficit in the ethical and moral capital within the population in general and public service in particular. The formal system should be, school system should be reconfigured to emphasize teaching of good and deep-rooted character and ethical and moral values. The executive should be, by so doing, put particular emphasis on character education. Through civic education, it should ensure that Ugandans understand, respect, and practice our national values. Ugandans must pray with the mind of God, Mr. Speaker. We must choose to return to a traditional view of human life, which honors God publicly, restores the family, and rejects all decadent and abominable practices, some of which we have discussed. The media, Mr. Speaker, should be restrained from playing a detrimental role which undermines our values. Movies that popularize, for example, sexual scenes, homosexual scenes, and violence should be banned. The process of electing leaders to roles of representation at every level, Mr. Speaker, should be revisited. In this regard, the executive should undertake the courage to encourage and support civic education among voters so that the nation is able to have more suitable, competent, and qualified representatives. Leaders who are appointed must be able to serve society and not regard the accumulation of personal wealth as their main goal. Mr. Speaker, I'm about to finish. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I urge every honorable member in this august house to join the crusade to firmly anchor our country onto a more durable foundation, which is unambiguously informed by imperatives of ethics and moral values. For in order to engender this a stable, secure, and development trajectory for Uganda, we must choose to wholly embrace ethics and moral values. On her part, Mr. Speaker, this august House can cement her worthiness, reputation, and credentials in the annals of Uganda by establishing a committee which would act as her watchdog and also work with the executive to truly and firmly place Uganda onto a new dawn of ethical alacrity. Mr. Speaker, sir, Ugandans have a stake in reversing the ongoing moral and ethical decline which we are witnessing today. This duty is not for Parliament alone, it is a national one, whereby the choice facing all Ugandans is either to succumb to the hubris of immorality or rise to the occasion of ethical and moral uprightness. The motion, sir, has made a point that there is an umbilical association between unethical and immoral values and corruption of all types, such as abuse of office. This is the reason why all citizens, including government officials, should invest in ensuring that their actions and behaviors, relationships, and management of state resources are grounded in and informed by imperatives of ethics and integrity. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the other case being made, sir, is that there is a symbiotic relationship between ethical and moral values on one hand, and on the other, the accumulation of wealth and all those ills that we have mentioned. Mr. Speaker, sir, I invite the honorable members through you to join a forum on ethics and morality so that we are able to work together to save and push on behalf of Parliament for a more civilized, a more organized, a more morally upright country than we are having right now. Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to thank you for allowing us to discuss this motion again. May God bless you. I beg to move.
Honorable members, ordinarily I should propose the question now for debate, but allow the seconders of the motion to speak and take care of the time that we have. I think the 2 seconders, I'll allow both of them to speak. Please proceed, the honorable member for workers, followed by the honorable Chengsaro Pendi, Toro District. Please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Take a shorter time so that we can have a debate.
Yes. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the honorable colleagues. And through you, Honorable Speaker, I thank Honorable Sababuturo for coming up with this very important motion. And this motion is a concern of all citizens and leaders in this country. Honorable Speaker, allow me to talk about some of the areas where the vices mentioned by the honorable colleague and the move of the motion have been more pronounced. One of the areas and the evidence of moral decadence and unethical behavior are expressed under the subheading sexual abuse and incest. Right Honorable Speaker, a lot of research has been done since the last 2 lockdowns, which came as a result of the COVID-19. And the newspapers have been giving this information. But recently I was in a meeting with the Minister of State Gender, and she also gave the same information that I'm giving as far as this area is concerned. And according to the records, 1,682 cases of defilement were reported. And out of those, sexual abuse of the daughters came as a result, was registered or by the fathers. So the father, in other words, the fathers were responsible for the violation of their own children or girls. And then 175 were complaints, they are complaints of sexual abuse by members of the immediate families. To me, this is a case of abuse and incest which is a great monster in as far as our ethical behaviors are concerned. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Daily Monitor recently in a publication of 29 September 2021 talked about or reported that 1,300 girls from Rukungiri district alone had conceived in the last 7 months, and particularly because of the lockdowns. And another report came in and it reported about areas of Chitigumungora, Chenjojo, where the girls, about 23,000, have been abused, no, 2,372 were abused. And then 23,000 girls who became pregnant were from the Lila sub-region. Right, Honourable Speaker, I don't know what you can call it, but I think it's a vice and it's an epidemic, if I, in quotes. A report of the United Nations Population Fund was also released in September, and it stated that 90 girls under the age of 18 years got impregnated during the 2 lockdowns. And that one, when you add up, you can see that the numbers are threatening. And these have got now, we have another monster coming out of that. And these are the baby or child mothers, because these children, most of them have been, they were young, very young, below 18, and they don't know what to do. But some of them are on roaming in the streets of Kampala and other cities. But others have even been denied by their own parents because they think that they have been embarrassed, the parents. So because of that, we don't know. And I think all of us can reflect, what can a girl of 15 do if the mother and the parents are chasing that girl out of home because the parents feel that they are embarrassed, and then the girl has no place of abode. So you find that this is a problem. And the solution I can give in this is that the culprits who are adults of sound mind should be brought to the books of law. And the country should know that we need these punitive measures which will help us to deter others who had similar intentions. The ministry also concerned should ensure that they put in place strategies that will help us, that will help our children when the time for opening schools comes in, because some of them are traumatized psychologically, others could run even mad, and we need to support them, to give them support. Another issue that is so important for us to think of is the human trafficking. Right, Honorable Speaker, trafficking exhibits moral degeneration because the human beings, when we start selling our own brothers and sisters and children of relatives, surely I don't know what words I can use to bring it out. But it's also important to know that an NGO called ENACT, which operates in Africa, but also in many of these countries, pointed out in July 2021 on their website that Katakwi district is one of the areas, the districts where girls are being sold off, like cattle or sheep, for short of having better words to use, and that they are taken to markets, and the buyers pay as little as 20,000 shillings. So something has to be done about it. That's domestic. That one, the men are sold as domestic workers, and they are going to Somalia, they are taken from Somalia to Sudan and even Kenya. And some of these were retrieved recently and were brought back. Then we have also in another paper that I read, the month of September 16th, they talked about a medical doctor in Uganda who allegedly was working with others, and they were persuading a woman who had a child of 3 months to be sold, and the air offer was 20 million. And they wanted to take this girl to Southern Sudan, that baby girl. And for me, that hurts. When you read such stories, many times we just get surprised, but nothing we are doing nothing about as leaders. And I'm including myself. At times we are short of words. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Something has to be done, but also allow me to mention that in September 23rd, an article came in the paper, the New Vision, where they talked about 145 girls that were found in homes holding houses in Rubaga division. And some of these had been there for a period of between 2 weeks to 3 months. And the details in the books revealed that these were 202 girls that were found, but the records were showing more than that number. So my question in my mind as I was reading was, what happened? Because some of these in Rubaga were found in a place called Lusaze, and the Lusaze is the city council mortuary. So I was saying, if the numbers don't tally, I don't know whether they didn't end up being buried in the cemetery. And my solution, what that I think of in this area, is that the ministry concerned should put in place systems that can help to monitor closely the activities of the suspected dealers. But right, Honorable Speaker, we had also a system in the past of 10-cell system, Mayumba Kumi. Maybe it should be resurrected so that we can begin monitoring what happens in the neighbor's home, because a lot is happening and people don't get to know. Right, Honorable Speaker, my colleague mentioned, they talked about the issue of corruption. Corruption has not spared many people in government, and yet the inspectorate government created a directorate of special investigations with a responsibility of investigating syndicated and high-profile cases of corruption. And the IG report that came out in July, reporting about July to December 2020, talked about these cases, and they said they were able to recover close to 96 billion that was taken back to the coffers from our colleagues who are educated, who are like us. And in the areas that they were investigating, they included the UNRWA, Ministry of Gender and Social Development, and so many others. And there were different recoveries at different times. Right, Honorable Speaker. When they,
Honorable,
on one account, they are able.
Are you going to allow this House to debate this motion?
Yes, I'm winding. I'm in the last.
Please, let's.
Yeah. So, right, Honorable Speaker, something has to be done. But also, I remember that recently it was reported that even the Parliament has not been spared, because they talked about some of our colleagues in the 10th Parliament that got money from the tobacco company. And they asked for a bribe, and they were given about $20,000 US. So something has to be done. And the solution, I think that we need to expose those concerned, even if they are amongst us, because if we don't do it, people will think we are not serious. And this August House has the responsibility and mandate to clear its own house as we go to investigate others. Right, Honorable Speaker, I call upon us as leaders to take steps to make sure that we fight the moral decadence within us, and the family should also be saved because it's the smallest unit of the society, and yet it is falling apart, just like late Chinua Achebe said in his novel, Things Fall Apart, and that the center cannot hold. I pray that we don't fall completely because the systems are falling. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Cheng Sara Opendi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I do second this motion. And we are talking about moral values, Right Honorable Speaker, that we all know include respect, honesty, humility, compassion, and of course, this currently, as we speak, is lacking amongst some of our populations. Right Honorable Speaker, there is clear evidence that even the religious, cultural, and traditional values have been abandoned. And if we as leaders today do nothing, then the end result will not be good for the future, especially the future generations. Right Honorable Speaker, we have witnessed scandals. Churches have not been spared. We have seen offertory missing. We have seen collections, yes, church collections for fundraising is going missing. So it involves not just public officers, Right Honorable Speaker. There is a degeneration across board, Right Honorable Speaker. Corruption today, Right Honorable Speaker, is as a result of the poor morals. We all had hope because one of NRM's 10-point program was to fight corruption. And Right Honorable Speaker, we need to appreciate the NRM government because what it did was to ensure that the various laws to help in fighting corruption and institutions are in place. However, we have not achieved what we should be achieving. The anti-corruption institutions, Right Honorable Speaker, have also not been spared. And we have seen these institutions have also degenerated into, instead of investigating, we find that some of the officers supposed to be investigating public officials go behind the scenes and compromise. Yet the judiciary, Right Honorable Speaker, has also not been spared. So all the arms of government, including this parliament, have not been spared. No wonder the Corruption Perception Index report 2020 lists Uganda as one of those countries that has not performed well in terms of curbing corruption. Actually, we are ranked 142 out of the 180. And Right Honorable Speaker, we need to task the citizens of this country to do what is right because it takes two to tango. And we all know that corruption thrives because the citizens end up complying with what is demanded by the public servants. We all know that the citizens are desperate to access services, but while on the other hand, the public officials are also eager to charge a fee for services that we all know are supposed to be free, ladies and gentlemen. Colleagues, we all know that corruption compromises the state's ability to fulfill its obligations. And no wonder members of parliament have been turned into some form of mini government where you have to, when a constituent, a member of parliament, a constituent voter is sick, the first call is to the member of parliament. Members of parliament have purchased ambulances. Is that your work? Members of parliament are busy fixing roads, broken bridges here and there. Is that our work? Let us deal with the corruption, Right Honorable Speaker. And we all know that this country loses over 3 trillion shillings to corruption. Just imagine how much we would do with this corruption. You go to the health sector, the police, they are all not spared by the corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, there is widespread political corruption. We all know what goes on. Corruption in public procurement, misuse of public funds, and all that. And partially, we need to deal with this challenge, Right Honorable Speaker, of the minimum wage. Public servants, the lowest
I think, may earn about 200,000. Just imagine, you live within Kampala. What can 200,000 shillings do for you? You need to take care of your children, feed your families, and so on. And therefore, the only option is for them to resort to corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appeal to the 11th Parliament. Let us lead by example. Let this Parliament be known as a Parliament that stood firm against corruption, a Parliament that did not entertain corruption within its committees, a Parliament that doesn't entertain whatever form of dishonesty. And I want to appeal to members, let's have openness and transparency, even in our committee meetings, honorable members. Sometimes we go into closed meetings. What exactly are we discussing in these closed meetings? This is a public institution. Let us open up, even the appointments committee, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to call upon the executive. Please lead by example. We have spoken, the executive has talked. For the last 35 years, we are talking about this time fighting corruption. It can't be this time. Every year it is this time. That means it will never happen. And of course, the idea of the president saying he knows the corrupt ministers, but he's waiting for evidence. What evidence, Right Honorable Speaker? The president has the evidence. The tolerance, corruption thrives in this country because of partially that tolerance. The president threatened to read the names, Right Honorable Speaker. It was very unfortunate, Right Honorable Speaker, when I saw permanent secretaries being dismissed. You know, they were dismissed with disgrace. It was very unfortunate. And the names were read. He knows the corrupt ministers, but he shifts them from one sector to another. Yes. And this must end. Corruption cannot only be fought by targeting civil servants. We need to target the political leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Speaker, we had the Bamugemerere Commission. When we put such commissions in place and spend billions of shillings, and they release a report 1 year down the road, no action on this report. Can we demand, Right Honorable Speaker, justice delayed is justice denied? We need to get that report and pack it and take action against all those involved in dubious land dealings in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to end. I shouldn't end. No, I should leave time for others to debate, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Speaker, you did direct some time back that ministries, departments, and agencies should not fund members of parliament. This is a move in the right direction. But Right Honorable Speaker, if there are no sanctions, this will continue. The Rules Committee is reviewing our laws. I hope we can critically put clear sanctions against members of parliament who go against directives that the Speaker gave. Right Honorable Speaker, we play an oversight role as members of parliament. In order to successfully execute our mandate, we need to be united and put aside our political affiliations when we are dealing with cases of corruption. The caucuses are important, but when it comes to corruption, let us not caucus to see how to save one of our own. We should stand firm and deal with these people without favor. Right Honorable Speaker, when Honorable Nsababuturo put up a list, it is a shame, Right Honorable Speaker. When he put up a list for members to sign on and become members of this forum, only 3 of us subscribed. Honorable members. No, it was there on the table at the reception for over a month. There were only 3 names until I said, please, let this list go away. So I want to appeal to you members. Let us all be members of this forum so that we can closely, in a united way, fight corruption. I want to end, Right Honorable Speaker, with one proposal. When you look at other parliaments, there are parliaments like the US, I think UK, India, that have established standing committees on ethics and accountability. This should be food for thought for this parliament, so that we can critically deal with the issues surrounding corruption. These anti-corruption agencies, who is actually closely monitoring them? I know there is COSASE, we have the Public Accounts Committee, but these people are so, they are dealing majorly with other issues, and you find that not much attention is paid on these anti-corruption agencies. We need to critically have this committee to critically look at this accountability, not accountability, the anti-corruption agencies, and also hold them accountable. If you look at the judiciary, once we have increased the number of judges and staffing, why should we have the backlog? Why should we have cases lasting 10 years, Right Honorable Speaker? And every time it is an adjournment, And to me, these are issues that this committee could critically look at. Maybe we need to benchmark and know how these countries go about it. So, for example, the UK, Right Honorable Speaker, they have an Office of Congressional Ethics, which is an independent and non-partisan entity within Parliament. It receives complaints from the public against members of Parliament, staff, investigates and submits its report to the Committee on Ethics, which in turn brings it to the House. These are things that we could think about if we are to end this vice of corruption. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, for us to be able to change the moral degeneration in this country, we can't do it alone as members of Parliament. We need all actors, the executive, the citizens, and all the other civil society organizations. The media needs to get involved. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude with a quote from Albert Einstein, who said, "Let's not try to be men of success, but rather try to be men of values." I call upon members of the 11th Parliament, men and women of this gallant house, let us all be women and men of values. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The question that I now propose for your debate is that the motion for resolution of Parliament to highlight the decline in ethical and moral values in the country and propose solutions for reversing the destructive decline be adopted. That is the motion for your debate, and the debate starts now. And going by the numbers I'm seeing and the time I have, we have to agree on a time. This is such an important motion that we shouldn't have been limited the time of debate. So how do we proceed? Three. We do 2 minutes each? 2? Okay, can I start from Kano Charity, UPDF? 2 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank Honorable Nsababuturo for this important motion. First of all, we must plead guilty as parents and adults of Uganda that we have fallen short of what we are supposed to do, because it is our duty as parents to ensure morals and ethics. So as parents, we need to up our game. When you hear us say that children have gotten pregnant from home, schools should be opened, then we should appreciate teachers, because if we have failed to do what we are supposed to do, why do we want to pass it on to someone else? Number two, UCC has a duty to regulate the communication sector, but I think they are also failing us, because the content that the young people consume is unbecoming. Uncut, kalakata, and all those things that the children consume are unbelievable. So the UCC needs to up their game. I would like, number 3, I would like to appeal to us honorable members that while we go about our work in the constituencies, ethics and moral values should be up on our agenda. Let us not leave civic education to NGOs and civil society organizations. While we leave it to everybody else to attend to, it might not be attended to the way we want it done. And we have rogues in society. I appeal to us leaders, while we do our work in the constituencies, let us put that one top on our agenda. Lastly, the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, especially the component of national guidance, needs to make it a point to develop.
No, thank you very much. We agreed on the time. Can I have more?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and my colleagues, members of Parliament. I want to thank the mover of the motion and my colleagues who have also seconded. On the issue of teenage pregnancy, I want to implore the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development that they need to take up our recommendations as government to see what is the government going to do for the young girls who have already become mothers without husbands. Because when you look at this situation, which is already at hand, most of these children who have been impregnated, others, they even don't know who has impregnated them. Others are already even HIV/AIDS positive, unfortunately. So it is an humble appeal to the ministry to look up on what the government can do to secure the future of this young generation so that they can have a second chance in life. And then 2, on the issue of trafficking, it also still goes back to the Ministry of Gender that they need to really regulate. Why is Uganda sending so much laborers to the outside countries, especially to the Arab world? Our young girls are sent there to work as housemaids, they're as slaves, they are being sexually harassed, and yet at the end of the day, these labor forces, we can also find them locally in Uganda. And worst of it all, some of these small entities or enterprises who are taking our young citizens outside Uganda to work as housemaids, they are being paid idly, and then they give very little.
Masindi district.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'm standing here as a sociologist whose profession is really to look at the moral and behavior of people in society. Thank you very much, Honorable Turo, for your paper and for all the contribution. I stand here to focus on family. Family is the agent of socialization. The moral degeneration starts with family. The others come in later, like the peers, other agents of socialization come in later. Therefore, if we are to redeem the morals of this country, of the children of this country, we must start with ourselves. We must start with the family. A child, right from the beginning, listens to the parents, greets people, knows how, does everything based on the parents' command. And as we grow these children in the better ways, they will become better citizens. The other agents cannot, they do play, but a smaller law on their behavior. Institutions, churches have to play a big role. They are preached enough, I know, they have to continue preaching. And the mosques, of course, with due respect. Social media is also playing, and that is another agent of socialization. Oh my God. The children now.
Thank you very much. I'll have Jumani and the honorable member there. Honorable Kel, Noya.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the movers of this motion. It calls for self-evaluation. At this point, I want to thank the government. It has done its best to provide for the laws and the policies. We are the citizens, and we have failed the government. Therefore, we should self-evaluate ourselves and do the rightful things. Right Honorable Speaker, on this open statement about our institution, Parliament, where corruption is exhibited, I want us to take cognizance about the steps you have taken. You have talked to us, Government Chief Whip has talked to us, but the wave which is out there, which goes with our institution, is what hurts me. Therefore, I propose those who have the evidences should mention the people than claiming that this institution is corrupt and putting all of us as members of Parliament to be affected. If Speaker, you are going to take administrative actions, take it and report to us that you have taken administrative action so that we shall be aware that few people who engage in these actions are taken. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, children, yes, have got abused, but why should it be schools to be a safer place for our children than our homes? Why should we surround?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Okelo Geoffrey Charles, the Member of Parliament representing people of Noya East. I rise, Right Honorable Speaker, to support this motion on the following points. Number one, let me also re-emphasize the centrality of the family in building our morals. Mr. Speaker, sir, most families in Uganda today, especially the rural families, are threatened because of lack of protection from the economy, because they cannot make ends to meet. Families do not have enough resources they can depend on to create that defense line around their children. To tackle this is to tackle the economy. Right Honorable Speaker. Number two, I want to speak about empowerment of our partners in this fight. Specifically, I want to speak about NGOs that have been struggling with this vice of anti-corruption fight. The civil society organizations, in their multitudes, have been trying to hold government, including Parliament, accountable on very many fronts. Right Honorable Speaker, sir, instead the reward they have gotten is the shrinking space. Civil society organizations are really suffering with the laws.
Thank you very much. Let me help those who have not spoken at all. Napak, Bulisa.
Right Honorable Speaker, The motion is well written. It is broad-based. It has not spared us. So it is a good motion and I stand to support it. There's only one thing I want to raise, that we should go beyond preaching. Everybody's preaching. The clergymen are preaching. The executive is preaching. And the parliament is also preaching that we should have good morals. But we are not taking the required action. For example, the punishment for irresponsible parents, because we know that the family system has broken down. When we cannot even punish a parent for being irresponsible for a small thing, failing to take care of a child. What about now in the deeper parts of it? When we say we want to increase the detention period of rapists and serial defilers, the MPs will say, no, what about if it comes back to us? So we are not saying it. If we want to punish criminality of this nature, which is affecting our society, let us go beyond preaching. There is a new trend of modern slavery where somebody hands your salary, a half of it because they gave you a job. It is happening in Uganda. And that is the reason why many of our children have found themselves in mental health units. They are stressed up. Nobody is going to speak about it because it is affecting people who are big, who are clothed like us. So I want us to go beyond preaching and take action and help our people if we really care about ethics of this country. Thank you, Right Honorable.
I'd already picked the member for Police District.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the mover and the seconders for the motion and the decline of ethical and moral values. The bigger question here is what went wrong? We all know that the strength of any building or structure is the foundation. The Bible that I read, Proverbs 22:6 says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. The foundations are broken. They are full of cracks. The family unit is the very first thing that we have to take care of. We have failed as parents to do our role. In the old times, the clan heads and the clan unit was very paramount in instituting morals in our society. But what has happened today? The faith that we confess, what has gone wrong, different from what used to happen? Many of us here are professionals, and every profession has got its own code and conduct. What is not going on right? The Constitution that we have, non-adherence to what is embedded in the Constitution, is causing all this. Can we therefore go back to the drawing board, and we shall be able to exercise and appreciate what we have as a nation? I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. In this order, can I have Zimbabwe, Kabale municipality, Doholo, the north, is it north or south? Kabaramaido, let's go like that. Let's move. No, we are still here, Honorable Member for Moy West. You are on the list. We're just.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for record you have given Zimbabwe Woman Member of Parliament, Pastor Mary Begumisa. Yes, being a pastor, being a mother, please allow me say that even the time we have for this is not enough, but we want to thank you so much, the mover of this motion. We shall forever live to remember you for this, because this country needs that. I thank God that that was part of the biggest vote that brought me to Parliament. My people want that, and I'm being a voice for them. All has been said, but I will say one thing. For our TVs and radios, very early in the morning, you will find a nude program, very nude on the program. Parents are seated with their children. My prayer to you, Right Honorable Speaker, before this microphone goes off. They have talked about the churches. I am a pastor myself. It is already even in churches, in worship centers. Could you allow us at least a standing committee, an ad hoc committee or standing committee of members of parliament? I volunteer myself for free to help where I can. This country needs us, needs our voice. We wouldn't be here talking about corruption if this is well handled, because a rightly brought up person will not eat up a road. I want to conclude, Right Honorable Speaker, with the motto for our country. For God and my country is enough.
Thank you. I'd already picked the members. Kabale.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the move of the motion, which really has covered the ethics and morals of our society. I saw two former members of cabinet, and in my mind, I was thinking either they are now free to speak their minds, and I want to thank them for speaking their minds, or they missed their chance to say the right things when they were still in the executive. I just want to comment about one issue about in the motion which said some MPs were involved in the unprecedented and ugly scuffles in the 10th parliament. I just want to say and think that this should not have found space in the motion, because actually the ugliest event that took place in the 10th parliament was amending the constitution to remove the age limits. So, Honorable Nsababuturo and the seconders, you may look at these MPs as villains, but for us, we look at these MPs as the heroes of Uganda. People have used the guns to fight for the constitution, and it is on record. What was wrong for the members of parliament to come here and use their fists to defend the constitution?
Honorable member, you are completely out of order. Please resume your seat. You cannot come here and preach violence for members of parliament. You're completely out of order. It's against the decency of this house, and I'm really surprised that you're a member of this house. Please, you don't talk like that in this house. Please apologize to your colleagues. No, apologize to your colleagues, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm not violent and I don't defend violence. What I was saying...
Apologize to your colleagues and sit down.
I apologize, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable member for Dokolo. Was it Kabramide or Dokolo first? Dokolo, then Kabramide.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Ogwal Goli from Doholo. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this motion, mainly because of what I see. Right Honorable Speaker, the biggest challenge we have seen is how do we develop the young? Early childhood development is not at its best. If you carry a young kid on your back and you go and steal cassava, that kid will be watching. If you build a house with proceeds of corruption, that kid will be watching. Don't be then surprised that the kid will follow the good example of the parent. Let's invest in early childhood development. The other issue I will need to mention is related to bureaucracy, particularly to support businesses. Right Honorable Speaker, the businesses are suffering because of bureaucracy created
to form a loop, a center for collecting rent seeking. You find a hotel, why would you have 16 licenses to operate a hotel? You find you're dealing in fish, how many centers do you have to pass through? It is the government bureaucracy which needs also. Let us invest in removing government bureaucracy, which increases the cost of doing business, while at the same time softening the ground for individuals to do rents.
Thank you very much, member for Dokolo County. Honorable members, I have a member online. We're trying to test this technology to see if it works. Dr. Charles Ayume is online, wants to make a contribution, then we proceed from there. I already picked Kabramaido. Can we have Dr. Charles Ayume, please?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Dr. Charles Ayume. My name is Dr. Charles Ayume, Member of Parliament of Koboko Municipality. And I would like to support the motion. I believe that we should go back to the production line, and like somebody asked, where did we go wrong? Just like in the medical space, if we want a better product of babies, of children, then we have very good antenatal care. So my belief is let's go back to the production line of society, and that is the children. Let's go back to the schools. Let's look at the policies. There are some policies that have still stagnated, like the school health policy, the adolescent health policy. These are policies that will help us ground these youngsters and make them better people to contribute to society. I, for one, right now, I would never walk across a grass area, an area planted with grass, because that was grounded into me in school, primary school and secondary school. So I think let's go back to the production line, Mr. Speaker, and we see where we went wrong. And I think the future is bright for this country. But also on the issue of drugs and substances of abuse, recently the committee was in Butavika Hospital, and we saw a newly built private ward for substance and alcohol abuse. But to our surprise is that this ward was built from internally generated revenue, meaning that the ward is demand driven. There is a high level of admissions for people doing cocaine, marijuana, alcohol, and all sorts of amphetamines. So it is a big challenge for the country. The youth are very idle, and what they're going to turn to is alcohol and substances of abuse. So that's an area we need to look into it. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. We normally record audio and video. I don't know how you'd handle this. The technical people should be able to advise us. We'll keep testing this so that as many members as possible can be accommodated, even when they're not in the chambers, for ease of participation. I'd already picked the member for Kabramaido.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for, Honorable Nsawabuturo, remember him as Minister of Integrity, for bringing back this motion to the House, and I stand here to support it. Right Honorable Speaker, corruption numbs, and I feel like we are in the times when our society is completely numb. The corrupt are more powerful, and you can feel them. They can make you useless. You can have integrity in this country, and you are basically useless and you are powerless. Right Honorable Speaker, we live in the times of William Wilberforce, where as a house, unless we put our feet on the ground, we too will be counted as the corrupt. In this country, anything. If you want a school, you pay for it. If you want medical services, you pay someone for them. Even if you want the police to investigate something, you pay for it. That's the country we live in. And I think this motion comes at the right time of the 11th Parliament when we are starting. I think if we don't pay attention to this, our country has already gone to the dogs. I beg this House that whereas all this is happening, we have several institutions that have been put there to fight corruption. But as you and me know, corruption has grown even higher than it was before those institutions were put in place. And I propose, what if we empower the school? Children are living in school more than they live at home. And technology has displaced children from our culture. We no longer can use our homes to produce.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, we'll go in this order and we'll continue. This is an important debate. Bulamoji, Pade, Jumani East, Amoro, Moyo West, Dokolo District, Bujiri, Ochero County. In that order, then we take it again. Starting with Bulamoji.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Wira Sanon, Bulamoji County, Kaliro District. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to speak for the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, government has put in place enough measures to curb corruption. There are many institutions, but to our dismay, we normally get reports, and recently, that government is losing 3 trillion to corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, the best service and gift you can give to this country is to make sure that this term you try with us members of parliament to make sure that corruption at least is squeezed to 0 level. Right Honorable Speaker, we come on the floor of parliament, we even speak. Actually, it is annoying that you see there are even members who are known and people who are corrupt, but we end at that. Why can't we start biting? Right Honorable Speaker, I really want to implore government that we are tired of these endless threats and statements that we are going to fight corruption. It is high time you started showing us the way how you're going to fight corruption. Because if we can really save the 3 trillion, I think my bridge of Saka by today would have been worked on. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I want to thank the move of the motion. Because in my constituency, there was a nasty scenario where a 13-year-old girl was impregnated by a 17-year-old boy. We all got stuck.
Pade District.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, and by the names of Achiro Pascal Menya, Woman Representative Pade District. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to appreciate the mover of this motion. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the motion specifically for the girl child future. When we see this country, where we are heading to, the future of Uganda is about to end. When we talk about teenage pregnancy, Right Honorable Speaker, it is becoming overwhelming to our country. And we know the future of a country lies in the life of a girl child. Right Honorable Speaker, when we talk about rape, when we talk about defilement, it all zero up to a girl child. And all these, they fail to prevail. They fail to attain justice because of corruption in our country. Very many poor Ugandans cannot attain justice because of corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, I would love to implore the Ministry of Health, with the help of the scientists, to think far and look at a specific deliberate family planning method that will target men in order to help secure the future of our young girl child. Right, Honorable Speaker, you find that one man in a day can impregnate more than 10 women in one day. Yet a woman can get impregnated once for the whole year. Right, Honorable Speaker, if we need future.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mama James at German East. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the mover of the motion for bringing this in the House. Honorable Speaker, I read closely the journal of Honorable Samba in October 23rd, 2019. And clearly it indicated what he has brought today now. We are very happy for that. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you go to our system today, the government is trying its best to say that morality is adhered into in the country. But if we go to the community level, Honorable Speaker, the roads are impassable. Why? Look at the stations, how our people are dressed, how the girls are dressing now. You cannot pass as a leader. The nature of clothings they put on, Honorable Speaker. And these clothings are made at the factory. Why don't we address some of these challenges at production level? Why do we allow industry to produce those clothings which our people put on? Therefore, the question now is we want to employ the ministry to put some restrictions on production of certain items which can bring immorality in the country, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the issue of cultural institution is very important as far as morality is concerned. Therefore, we want to also employ the Ministry of Ethics and Integrity to say that cultural institutions are considered so that they can talk to the community and morality is built up, because we are totally off track as far as morality is concerned. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. In that order, I have now.
Thank you very much.
Amoro District. Amoro District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak to a motion that is important to all of us. Allow me also add my voice in thanking my good friend and somebody whom we have worked with on a number of issues for bringing up this motion. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice in saying that for us to fight this, it is not going to be the laws, but really the foundation that we put. And the foundation is in our children. Mr. Speaker, my child is in one of the private schools in Central here. And I was very disappointed one time when I went and the whole school was littered with very expensive posters. And these children are as young as 5, 6, and they are campaigning. And for me, what even made me surprised most was one of the child actually offered a whole cow to the whole school so that they vote for him. Friends, this speaks a lot. What are we teaching our children? And by the way, it is parents who are buying these things and taking to schools. One of the mottos I saw in one of the platforms, it says, no family, no children, no future. If we continue in that, definitely we are not going to have a future. Mr. Speaker, I recently attended a meeting, and one of the issues that were discussed was this issue of rampant pregnancy, the teenage pregnancies. And one of the presenters said, you know, if Uganda had accepted and ratified this.
Thank you, Moyo West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and my dear colleagues. I am called Aleroto Maaza, a Member of Parliament for Westmoreland County. Honorable Sababuturo, thank you very much for this motion about the decline in ethical and moral values in the country. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that goes as follows. The fish gets rotten from the head. The fish gets rotten from the head, I emphasize. Leaders from the village level, to the national level, and also all the civil, political, religious leaders, military leaders, businessmen and women, elders, opinion leaders, senior citizens, cultural leaders, as well as parents, are all to blame for the moral decadence in our country. For example, Mr. Speaker, a headmaster conspiring with an investor to sell away a football pitch. A whole headmaster who is supposed to protect a playground for our children, selling away football pitch for investors. You go to the law courts, corruption. Cows office, this is service commission, the police, all heads of departments. Mr. Speaker, why do we practice lesbianism? A lady having an affair with another lady. Why do we practice bestiality? A young man having an affair with a goat or sheep or pig. Mr. Speaker, why do you go in for homosexuality? In Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, God said, Adam and Eve procreate.
Dokolo district?
Is it Dokolo?
Dokolo. Thank you, Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to give my opinion on this motion. Right, Honorable Speaker, at the beginning, I made it clear that I will neither support nor reject, because the mover of this motion is aware that there are critical issues that he has lumped up in an omnibus manner in that motion. The issue of homosexuality is still an issue which has not been resolved. It should have come as a motion. This parliament should agree to actually pass a law that is a matter that needs to be resolved by parliament. The issue of abortion is a very serious matter. The issue of corruption. So I thought maybe this is just massaging our memory or exciting us. Because after we have discussed, then what? I would have wanted us to discuss the matter, pass resolution, we take action. Because the situation is serious. Right, Honorable Speaker, for me as an elder, I want to say, before this motion was moved, all of us should have repented. Thank God there is a pastor here. Because Jesus said, let the person who has not sinned throw the first stone. All of us know that members of parliament, when there are issues, brown envelope pass round. Tell me who have not taken that brown envelope. We will prove it. The Holy Spirit will catch you. Speaker, please, by virtue of my age. By virtue of my age, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker.
Member for Bujiri Municipality. Right. Bujiri Municipality.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand to oppose the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, listening to the motion, the justification, and from the seconders, it is very clear that the motion appears more as a presentation of state of crime in the country. It is highlighting pregnancies, corruption, abortion, and the like, and has less to do with what we call moral and ethical values that are neither legislatable nor justiciable. And that's my ground for opposing this motion, Right Honourable Speaker. What we would be doing, Right Honourable Speaker, is for us to look at the parameters of determining what is moral and what is ethical, and we focus the discussion on those parameters. But we are stating crime. One of the seconders was even talking about the situation during the COVID period. There was incest, there was an increase in incest, there was an increase in teenage pregnancies. Does that in itself underscore the level of immorality or unethicalness of us as a country? When you look at this motion, Right Honourable Speaker, it is also alarmist in nature. Does not give facts. It is also saying MPs are not spared. Who are these MPs? It is talking about levels of corruption. Where are the figures for us to benefit so that we avoid being alarmist? Finally,
Mulchero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Emigu Julius Peter Olem, representing Uchero County in Kabaramaido District. Right Honorable Speaker, just like many persons have thanked the movers of the motion, I want to thank them too. But I want to remember one time, Right Honorable Speaker, when you're in a function, then you made a statement that all people are corrupt. While I was still gathering strength to stand with you, somebody shot that down and said, except him. But all the same, we are sure that actually there is corruption. And there is actually all these weaknesses that we're really talking about actually in this motion. But I want to say this, let the preacher men preach against the wrong things in our society. Let anybody speak anything. But also I want to say we must look at the punitive action. Once we leave it behind, things will not work. Sometimes it's very painful to find somebody as corrupted and has taken monies. And it's even known. But sometimes the lawyers challenge us so much because we may not have evidence. But outside there, we see the person actually swimming in the wealth that he never or she never got in the rightful manner. But here we are, we may not be able to prove it in courts of law. Shall lawyers really sit to lower the level of really how we can prove these thugs and we pick them? And then also I want to say that sometimes when we put sense in the minds of the people, they will go by it, especially when we talk. If I take the example at the time when I was campaigning, I was the only candidate that they thought they had no money, that I had no money. But I had sense. I managed to pump sense in the minds of the people to the extent that even as they distributed money in bribing the voters, it never succeeded. So me, I think if we put things.
Thank you very much. Can I have, is that Gweri? Gweri, then I have Ruhama. Sorry, Kashari. Kajara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name once again is Ekudo Tom Julius, Gweri County in Soroti District. When you read about Simon Blackburn, it will ask you, what do moral come from? Where do moral come from? What do we mean by good? When you read it, it will tell you where it should come from, and it will come from us. And we begin from our families. I support the motion, but we have to begin it in our families. And we have to begin by change of mindset. If we don't talk to our children, our family members, then we are doing nothing. We shall not change anything. After our families, we go to our institutions, go to judiciary, go to IGG. Yes, we talk of NGOs. That is, by the way, they will come and help us to sharpen, but not to say we begin from there. My cows were stolen. I know the people who stole it. I am asking for compensation. Yes, let us first of all begin with those ones and tell them no, cattle rustling is bad, so that they also improve. Their children will also pick up from there. That is the message I want to give, and I am ready for.
Thank you very much. Kajara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I take this opportunity to thank the move of the motion and the seconders. This motion is fundamental, really. Talking about morals and ethics is so important for this country. But unfortunately, in Uganda, we teach ethics only in tertiary institutions. When people have already become corrupt, we teach them about corruption and other things, and now they learn to be more corrupt. Yes, that's why I propose we should have anti-corruption education. We teach values and ethics starting from primary level, such that by the time people reach in tertiary institutions, they are already talked about and they know what it means to be unethical and how being ethical benefits the country. Secondly, we have to think about e-governance to prevent corruption, because when you take a corrupt person to court, you might find a corrupt judge. You take a corrupt person to police, you might find a corrupt police person. And you take a corrupt person to the sub-county court, you might find there a corrupt chairperson. Therefore, I propose we should capture corruption as early as possible from childhood, starting with primary schools. Why? Children no longer spend a lot of time in their homes. They spend time in boarding schools, and therefore we should teach ethics there. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in Uganda, being ethical is so difficult. You are vulnerable. Actually, you are vulnerable when you are ethical in Uganda, because we have so many ethical people surrounding us, and some are extremely bigger than.
East.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity. My name is Feta Geoffrey, Aivu East constituency. I want to thank the Minister for bringing this motion timely. As we speak here, information moving on social media is that this parliament uses 10,000 condoms in a month. And therefore, that to the public defines the parliament of Uganda. So it is really the right time for us to talk about these issues, but also to act about them. For instance, in a country where we dream about equal opportunities, in a country where we are dreaming about fairness, treating people fairly, we come here, we talk about equity, we talk about fair distribution, but we don't practice it. We only talk about it and it ends here. So, Honorable Minister, we would be looking forward to action, that you have brought a motion here, and after debating, actions are taken. Right Honorable Speaker, the country we live in, we have a responsibility of leaving a legacy to the next generation. And it is this parliament that will determine if the generation is upright or the generation is not upright. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is that Koboko, Dr. Musa?
Thank you very much,
Then
Right
Honorable
Honorable Speaker.
Tuke, Honorable Achon Julius.
For the record, my name is Dr. Musa Noah, Member of Parliament for Koboko North. First of all, I want to thank the mover of this motion, because this is a motion which touches on our cultural, religious, and social foundation. However, I want to also acknowledge the difficulties in dealing with this motion, because it is really encompassing. There's a lot of elements which are very difficult to delineate. But there's only one aspect of the motion which has interested me to contribute in this debate about the corruption. I think we have been fighting corruption for a very long time. And we have a plethora of laws, up to 9 acts, and about 5 institutions to fight corruption. But studies have shown that the corruption in Uganda is increasing. There's a study published by Afrobarometer, which indicated that actual corruption in Uganda has worsened. I therefore want to agree with the mover of the motion that we need to look at the intelligible aspect of fighting corruption, because everything has been done with this law. This therefore means that this particular motion has brought forth cannot be dealt with laws, because we have a lot of laws, especially on corruption, and we have not realized the fruits. In 2006, there was the zero tolerance to corruption. And then 2016, that effort was reviewed. And then we had the 2019 corruption walk. But the studies have shown that corruption has really increased. I would also want the mover of this motion to go further to really highlight.
Thank you, member. Honorable Achon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think due to the demand, I decided to change my party today. Honorable Speaker, for the record, my name is Julius Achon, Member of Parliament.
Is that official?
I will sign the memorandum tomorrow. Honorable Speaker, I'm by name Julius Achon, Member of Parliament, Otuke East. Honorable Speaker, all this emotion or what has been talked, sexual abuse, corruption, these things were existing before some of us were born. But sounds strange to be blaming teenager pregnancy or corruption on Corona. Let Corona do its part. Then we as the lawmakers, we also do our parts. One thing which I would request the government, the DNA machine would detect pregnancy should be free of charge, like the way we are testing Corona. That way we would find a father of a child. All the burdens, honorable members, from now onwards, all these teenagers' pregnancy, we are going to pay the consequence to support the mothers as a parent. I receive already phone calls, I'm supposed to buy maternity stuff. I'm not a father. So, Honorable Speaker, let our country have the system, have the law. For example, if you look at the institution, education sector, you find teachers or the lecturer are marking exams for sex. This is very, very sad for our country, Honorable Speaker. And I would wish this law to be put accordingly.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I need to say thank you, the mover and seconders of the motion. However, in their presentation, they have generalized the whole motion because they lack critical issues, especially the distinction between ethics and morality. I think literature defines those two concepts differently. When you look at ethics, we are focusing on individual character or what is deemed right or wrong on individual basis. And in terms of morality, we focus on what society or society norms in terms of defining what is right or wrong, or how the society defines wrong and right. And therefore, that means in fighting morality and ethics decay, we need to look at different approaches. For example, education in terms of fighting ethical decay and uplifting our religious institutions. When it comes to morality, it's more bigger. We need to focus on our entire institution, including governance, leadership, because we are aware that part of the issues that are affecting our people to the extent of leading to moral decay is poverty. And now we need to get solutions towards that, uplifting our families in terms of job creation, creating home, uplifting standards of our homes, families, to ensure that parents are in position to take care of their families. And maybe morality can extend in terms of governance. Are we being the role models to our society? Leadership. Are we causing peaceful transition in our country? What are the youth looking at in terms of leadership? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Kanungu. Kanungu.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Erute, Kagadi, Bukono.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Chinsha Patience Nkunda, Kanungu, an MP. I want to add my voice, second this motion. Today, when you look at Uganda, you see moral has decayed, but this has to be a combined effort to see what we can do to get back on the track. This should be the role of Ministry of Ethics and Integrity. I appeal to this government to regulate the time when the bars can be open. Today, you find people drinking at 6 a.m. It's even our mothers. And we are here blaming our young girls getting pregnant and young boys pregnanting our girls. Today, you don't find anybody at home advising these young kids or young generation. If government puts in place and local leaders, cultural leaders, elders, senior citizens, and parents sensitizing, mobilizing and educating soundly and formally how to behave, we will come with a solution, how we can get back online. All right, Honorable Speaker, I appeal to everyone that we can all work together to interface and benchmark with societies that are more and ethically upright to see how we can behave and do what's right. Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Ruth,
Yes, please.
proceed.
Yeah. Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. I'm Kelo Christine, Member of Parliament from Erute North constituency, Lira District. I'm going to talk about, at least at the rural perspective, because I represent the rural people. Why our moral are not okay? It's just due to poverty, as a colleague stated it. Unless we as the government, when we empower our people economically and socially, there's no way we are going to change the morals of the people. Like in the rural place, you can find a family can even sacrifice the young ones to somebody who has something because of lack of the basic needs. Especially there's high level of defilement in rural areas. Like I was one time a teacher, I used to empower, I used to encourage girls. Some parents could even pull out their girls from school to be married to some other people. But I stood firm and I really supported them to complete their studies. So we need to campaign, and especially we need to empower women, because women are the base of the family. Everything lies on the women. And like if the worst comes to the worst, men always leave their wives, then they go and get those ones who have something, but those ones they are left with the children to suffer. So a poor person cannot, your voice cannot be heard. Like people always tend to listen to people who have something, and people who are poor cannot even speak because of that fear, because of that stigma. They're not free to speak.
So I encourage
Thank you very much. I'd already picked.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, morality refers to the way people choose to live their lives. And according to the set principles and guidelines that will govern their decisions as to whether to take the right versus the wrong. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our children, even when they are young, they are influenced by our families, our culture and region to make a moral decision. Here I am on the side of the girl child and the women. Unfortunately, we all fall short of these morals. Why? When I look at the law that we have in this country, it is so lenient. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda has the highest teen pregnancy in the sub-Saharan Africa, with over 30% of Uganda girls having their first baby before they are 18. And the HIV infection rates are 9 times higher in girls than boys of the same age, with the highest maternal deaths in the world of 25%, which are as a result of unsafe abortions. Who are causing all these problems? The males, the men. It brings me to the law on bail. Right Honorable Speaker, this state, this nation, as a state, we don't have a chance to appeal. We find that my daughter has been impregnated, has been affected by AIDS. Not right, Honorable Speaker.
Bukono.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate Honorable Sababuturo for this very important motion, and also to thank colleagues for the debate so far. Right Honorable, some members here, they think that when you're in executive, you don't talk about these things. No, it's not true. Honorable colleague, I want to inform you that issues that concern our country and they are negative, they involve all of us. When they are positive, we all enjoy. So it's not true. Right Honorable Speaker, I was buying an idea of the Honorable member from Bujiri that if we highlighted these issues and take actions on each of them. For example, people have talked about the media, and all of us, I think colleagues, you see girls presenting on these televisions, half naked. They put on blouses instead of a dress, something which is supposed to be a blouse. For them, they make it a dress. And our children at home, and they are watching all this. How can we sit here as Parliament every day when that is happening and we don't say anything? Secondly, Right Honorable, the member here who has moved the motion, the Honorable member, sometime back I heard a motion on the miniskirt. It came here and it was very controversial, and I think it never passed. Am I right? So if we were looking on item one by one, we probably would come up with, and I heard that the members of Parliament, even they are the ones who were against the miniskirts most, they said we shall not vote. When he was trying to say a woman should.
Thank you. A member for Bukono, you are in your capacity as MP for Bukono. So can I have Doctor? Then I'll have Agago. Then I have Kabale District.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is not to support, neither to oppose the motion, because that's not what the mover sought. The mover wants solutions to what's happening. Right Honorable Speaker, in May 1968, soldiers belonging to a company called Charlie in the 11th Infantry Brigade, their they entered a village called My Lai in Vietnam, and within 3 hours, over 500 civilians had been massacred. I'm reading this from the Ethical Decision Making using the Ethical Triangle by Jack Dicken, who says doing the right thing is good, and doing the right thing for the right reason with the right goal is better. The solution I'm bringing on table is, as the case is that for every decision that Parliament takes, there is a need of a certificate of financial implication. We should also add the importance and need of a certificate of ethical and moral implication before we make any decision. I invite you to look at some of the decisions government has taken, and you see that actually the moral degradation is being driven by the policies of government. Look at the policies that are inviting army into business. The policies that are to the end that schools that are to be constructed should be constructed by army. Health facilities, agriculture. I personally know the army as a high discipline institution, where even to move from one point to another, it involves several processes. Now, are we going to motivate soldiers by business, or we should motivate them through promotions? And to what end will that be? To what end will it be with the...
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, my name is David Lagen, a member of Parliament representing Agago County. Allowed me add my voice, especially on these motions. And I want to thank the mover of the motions for coming out at such a time when we need our country to move upright. Mr. Speaker, sir, when we talk about moral uprightness, there are key things that need to be put into considerations. And one of them is policies. There is a need for us to review some of our policies. For example, policy on wages. If you are employing a police officer as a traffic officer on the road and you are paying him 200,000 shillings, how do you expect that police officer to be morally upright? If you are employing chief administrative officer to be the administrator of the entire district, and you are paying the person a very low salary wages, and the junior is getting higher salary, how do you expect such a person to be an exemplary in executing moral uprightness? So there is a call for us as the members of Parliament, as the legislature, to review our policies, and then we shall be able to approach this issue amicably. And then two, morals begin from us and it ends with us. So we must begin to change our thinking. A good gift that you can give to your children is on money.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I'm trying to pick on members who have not spoken the whole of today. But I've seen many of you who have spoken want to speak again. Can I have Kabale, please? Kabale District.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm Catherine Ndamera Twachire from Kabale District, and I'm extremely happy for Nsababuturo Honourable for what he has done to help this country. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, you've heard all the discussions almost were rotating on the teenage pregnancy. Right Honourable Speaker, this issue has caught fire and the responsible citizens are comfortable in their zones. Right Honourable Speaker, parents are busy negotiating for the price. Right Honourable Speaker, we are asking, where is the law?
Who is there to guide? Women are being raped. Right, Honorable Speaker, the nation stands on a woman who is a girl child. Now we have spoiled everything. Where is Uganda heading to? Can we go back all together to revamp our ethical and moral values for our baby Uganda to grow with dignity? Right, Honorable Speaker, the law is actually crippling to penalize these people who are jeering the teenage pregnancy. And for sure, the current research shows that almost young girls, like if not all of them.
No power?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Balimwezo Ronald Nsubuga. Yes, we have spoken quite a lot, but I think we have relevant laws that, if enforced, would help us fight immorality, corruption, and so on. The challenge is on enforcement. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have a very big, I happen to stay in a slum. Personally, I did not leave the slum. And I have seen that poverty has created quite a lot of what we are talking about. You find a family of 10 sleeping in one single bedroom. And what happens? When a mother and a father are enjoying sex, these children are watching. They are very sharp. They cannot even sleep. And this is all about, yes, it happens because of poverty. Secondly, unemployment. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have a lot of unemployment. Today, as I speak, a girl child is looked at most frequently than a boy child. And yet, the future offender is not catered for, even when it comes to employment. Today, we are taking people outside, girls outside, and we are facilitating them. They are going at no cost. But how about a boy child who is unemployed and he cannot go out of the country to get a good job because he has no money? Therefore, we must find out ways of empowering the boy child. When you talk about early pregnancies, the greatest method of keeping a girl child.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Is that Terego? Oh, Kapir, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record, Dr. Abraham Isamat is my name, MP Kapiri County in Ngora District. Honorable Speaker, as a scientist who has studied the psychology and behavior, be it in animals or humans, the two are related. Honorable Speaker, when you look at a human being and look at animals, environment is critical. The environment you are exposed to will determine the kind of person you will be. Animals remain loyal to their bosses because of the environment they are in. In a human perspective, what is happening in our environment is dictated by very many factors. And the fact that there are so many of them acting on us, sometimes against us, those morals that we're talking about actually get compromised. I would like to agree with the Honorable Cecilia Ogwal that unless we make a thorough assessment of actually what is contributing to these problems, we may not actually get a solution to these issues of moral
decadence. I want to suggest that let there be a
and I have Manjia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice to that of colleagues to appreciate the Honorable Nsababuturo, Dr. Honorable Nsababuturo for this motion. But for the information of the House, it is a repetition of a similar motion which was moved in the 10th Parliament. And we were actually tasked to give solutions. And I remember in my submission, one of the solutions that I submitted was that the National Curriculum Development Center should include in the syllabus integrity, ethics, and make them examinable. But what I would have expected, why I'm at odds with you this time round, is because of not walking the talk, preaching water, but drinking wine. You remember we were at odds at the time of that controversial removal of presidential age limits, and we're in the same caucus. Mr. Speaker, I expected the doctor, good doctor, to have conducted a deep assessment of the impact of those resolutions that we made before we would come up with this motion. You remember, and I want to take you down the memory line, that I brought here a matter of national importance on the diversion of funds that were meant. It was 10 billion that was meant in the sector, Ministry of Health. 10 billion was diverted to procure creams that those funds were meant for fighting TB.
No.
And
you are in your capacity as member of parliament for Manjia. This is a motion. There is no other status on it. Your time is up. Yes.
No, I'm also doubling, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker.
Premier.
Doubling as leader of opposition.
There is no leader of opposition in this matter.
In this matter?
It's a motion.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the moral values are lacking, but like Honorable Sarah said, all the sectors are involved in this moral decay. Corruption is left, right, and center. All the leaders are involved in this, and I think it is high time that as leaders, let us go and talk to our constituents. Let us go and talk to our voters, because I think the Bible, which talks about the 10 commandments, they have been forgotten. Nobody remembers that. Secondly, when a girl child is defiled, it is us leaders who go to those places and we request the perpetrator to be released. And we are here saying really that there is moral decay. We have shifted all the blame to government, but we have forgotten that the smallest unit in a society, which is the home, which is the family, should be the starting point. Government has put all the laws in place, and the implementers who are here, we have not yet done our role. I think it's no longer time. We should stop pointing fingers. Let us work on the mindset. The mindset is very important, that when we go back, we talk to our people so that there is a change. When we go to different countries, we find them when they are good, we find them when they are moving on well, we admire.
Thank you, Right Honorable, but you are here as member for Mayuge district on this debate. If it was another kind of debate, you would have had another status, just like the leader of opposition was making an attempt to give me status that I could get more time. Honorable members, I think this is a vital motion, and we should draw it to a close. I think it's the time we express our view and our decision on this matter of the motion that has been brought. The discussion of this nature must continue. In every place where there's a human being, we should continue with this discussion. The biggest ailment, and you had it here, the society now, there's something called moral disengagement. Moral disengagement is simply humans having explanations for every bad thing that they do. They know it is wrong, but they do it and they explain it. And I had an attempt being made here that anyway, everybody's doing it, so it's okay. You know it's wrong, but you continue and do it. Why don't you set the example? It's called moral disengagement. I did it because the orders were from superior authorities. You know it's wrong, but you still go and do it. I did it because I was intending to achieve something better. It's wrong to do that, but you explain it away. That is the biggest problem that we, and I even had an attempt to explain away highly immoral things in this house. I had a member making an attempt to explain, because that is our default mode. We know what is wrong, we do it and explain it. And the saddest bit is the communities accept our explanations. So we just continue. And that is the purpose of this motion. It's supposed to ignite a serious debate, engagement amongst ourselves as leaders, and we see how to pass these messages. It's a conversation that should not end even after adopting the motion. It's a conversation that must continue, because in it is the soul of this country. And we have to watch out for the children. Somebody said, every single day of our lives, we make deposits in the memory banks of our children. Those deposits, you have no capacity to withdraw from. They are permanent. So be careful how you use your time, how you inspire your children, what you expose your children to, because they'll end up the other side. And then you start saying things about other parents to blame their children. Then their colleagues who grew up with them say, but you're blaming this child. Do you remember how you were? And then they start laughing and they keep quiet, because children have taken exactly how their parents used to conduct themselves when they were younger. But that is for today. And honorable members, the motion that I now propose for your decision is for a resolution of Parliament to highlight the decline in ethical and moral values in the country and propose solutions for reversing the destructive decline. That is the motion for your decision. I put the question to that motion. Those in favor say aye to the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I'm delighted that even the no that was expressed did not come out this time. So that means we are all together. Honorable members, this house stands adjourned to tomorrow 2 o'clock.